In the summer of 1940, Britain stood at a perilous crossroads in the Second World War. The rapid and stunning collapse of France in June had left the island nation isolated against a seemingly unstoppable Nazi Germany. Across the English Channel, Hitler's forces had not only conquered France but were also preparing to strike Britain itself. The once calm sense of security that had enveloped the British Isles evaporated almost overnight, replaced by a tense anticipation of conflict and a realization that survival depended entirely on the readiness and resilience of the Royal Air Force. The fall of France dramatically altered the strategic landscape. With the Low Countries and France under German control, Britain no longer had a continental buffer. The Channel, which had historically provided a sense of protection, now presented only a narrow divide separating the British Isles from the Nazi war machine. German troops amassed along the French coastline, while the Luftwaffe, Germany's formidable air force, prepared for a decisive aerial campaign designed to achieve air superiority, a prerequisite for Hitler's planned invasion, codenamed Operation Sea Lion. Intelligence reports indicated that Germany had assembled hundreds of bombers and fighters, poised to strike critical RAF bases, industrial centers, and ports along the southern coast of England. Britain's military leadership understood that air defense would determine the outcome of any attempted invasion. Fighter Command, led by Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, faced the daunting task of expanding its defenses amid critical shortages. While the RAF possessed modern aircraft such as the Supermarine Spitfire and the Hawker Hurricane, these were limited in number, and trained pilots were scarce. Maintenance crews struggled to keep planes airworthy under increasingly stressful conditions, while radar stations, though advanced for the time, required constant operation and integration with fighter control to detect incoming raids. Every aircraft and every pilot was a precious resource, their effective deployment crucial to defending the nation. The British government mobilized all available resources to support the defense effort. Airfields were reinforced, anti-aircraft batteries positioned, and pilots placed on rigorous training schedules. Despite the immense pressure, there was also innovation and adaptation, as officers and engineers sought to maximize the efficiency of limited aircraft and personnel. Coordination between radar operators, ground control, and fighter squadrons became a new frontier in warfare, reflecting the importance of technology, strategy, and human skill in the looming conflict. At the same time, the British public felt the shadow of impending attack. Newspapers carried reports of German advances across Europe, while broadcasts warned of the Luftwaffe's strength and intentions. Civilians began participating in preparations for air raids, including blackout drills, evacuation plans for children, and volunteer civil defense units. The combination of governmental organization and public vigilance created a societal readiness that, although imperfect, would be critical in the days ahead. Amid this tense backdrop, the RAF began to scramble to expand its defenses. Recruitment surged as young men enlisted in unprecedented numbers, inspired by duty, patriotism, and the realization that the fate of Britain rested on the airmen defending its skies. Pilots trained for high-intensity dogfighting, while radar operators and ground controllers honed their skills in tracking and directing intercepts. Factories were ramped up to produce aircraft, munitions, and spare parts, creating a war economy that, while still nascent, provided hope for sustaining Britain's defense. The Luftwaffe, meanwhile, conducted reconnaissance and tested the resolve of Fighter Command. Their aircraft formations swept across the Channel, probing British defenses and attempting to identify weaknesses. These early incursions were as much psychological as strategic, demonstrating the immense power and reach of Germany's air capabilities. Every flight highlighted the urgency of readiness for the British command, underscoring that the battle for Britain would be decided in the skies. By mid-1940, Britain existed in a state of unprecedented tension. The combination of military vulnerability, technological reliance, and the growing threat from across the channel created a situation where the slightest misstep could have catastrophic consequences. Civilian and military sectors alike prepared for the coming storm, aware that the summer of 1940 might decide the nation's fate. In retrospect, this period marked more than just preparation. It represented a nation bracing itself psychologically and materially for the trials ahead. The RAF, though limited in resources, began to demonstrate the organization, skill, and resilience that would define its performance in the coming Battle of Britain. Civilians, too, internalized a sense of duty and vigilance, understanding that their participation, through civil defense, industry, and moral support, was integral to survival. The precarious summer of 1940 set the stage for a confrontation that would test Britain's endurance, technological innovation, and the courage of its pilots. The threat of Nazi Germany loomed large, but it also galvanized the British nation, laying the foundation for an extraordinary display of collective courage and determination that would come to define the Battle of Britain. In the skies above southern England, every aircraft ready, every radar station manned, and every pilot trained would become the front line in a struggle for survival. Ultimately, establishes that Britain, faced with overwhelming odds and a nation under threat, had no choice but to prepare for total war. The combination of military strategy, technological innovation, and civilian resolve would define the outcome of the summer, shaping not only the immediate defense of the country but also its enduring legacy as a nation that fought back when the world seemed poised to fall. As summer 1940 progressed, the skies over southern England became the stage for a prelude to one of the most decisive air campaigns in history. Following the collapse of France, the German Luftwaffe initiated a series of early raids aimed at testing Britain's defenses. These attacks targeted shipping in the Channel, coastal radar installations, and airfields along the southern and eastern coasts. Though limited in scope compared to the full-scale assaults that would come later, these initial incursions provided the Luftwaffe with critical intelligence while simultaneously revealing the capabilities, strengths, and weaknesses of Britain's fledgling air defense system. The British response to these early attacks was grounded in both technology and rapid adaptation. Central to their defense was the Chain Home Radar Network, a system of radar stations positioned along the British coastline. Though rudimentary by modern standards, Chain Home provided early warning of incoming aircraft, allowing fighter command to scramble squadrons before bombers reached their targets. Radar operators, many still in training, worked tirelessly to detect formations, relay data to control centers, and coordinate intercepts. These early days of the campaign were as much a test of human skill as of technology. Even small errors in communication or timing could allow enemy aircraft to penetrate defenses. Coastal towns and ports bore the brunt of the initial Luftwaffe forays. German bombers and reconnaissance aircraft targeted shipping lanes, seeking to disrupt Britain's maritime logistics and weaken morale. Convoys traveling the Channel faced aerial attacks that tested both the anti-aircraft defenses aboard ships and the ability of Royal Navy escorts to protect vital supplies. Each successful or thwarted raid provided valuable lessons: how pilots maneuvered, how anti-aircraft batteries responded, and how civilians reacted under the threat of bombardment. RAF pilots, many recently trained and inexperienced in large-scale engagements, quickly realized the intensity of modern air warfare. They adapted to high-speed attacks, evasive maneuvers, and the coordination required to defend dispersed targets. Ground crews, too, worked at a relentless pace, repairing damaged aircraft, refueling planes, and maintaining operational readiness. The pressure on both air and ground personnel was immense. Every sortie could mean the difference between survival and disaster, both for the pilots in the sky and the civilians below. The psychological dimension of these early raids was equally significant. Civilians, unaccustomed to aerial attacks, experienced the sudden roar of engines, the sound of bombs falling, and the smoke rising from damaged installations. Communities began to adopt blackout measures, air raid precautions, and civil defense drills to mitigate the effects of future attacks. Public awareness campaigns emphasized the importance of vigilance, while newspapers reported on raids with a mixture of caution and morale-boosting rhetoric. For many, the early raids were the first tangible evidence that Britain's isolation and geographic advantage would not be enough to guarantee safety. Military leadership took careful note of the Luftwaffe's tactics. Bombing patterns, formation strategies, and target selection were analyzed meticulously, informing RAF responses and adjustments to defense protocols. The early raids demonstrated that while the Luftwaffe possessed superior numbers and aircraft types, coordination, intelligence, and rapid response could offset numerical advantage. Fighter Command began refining scramble procedures, alert thresholds, and fighter deployment patterns to maximize the effectiveness of limited resources. These initial engagements also revealed the importance of integrated defense. Success depended not merely on individual bravery but on the synchronization of radar operators, ground controllers, anti-aircraft units, and pilots. The complexity of these operations was unprecedented, requiring continuous communication and coordination across multiple sectors. Any lapse could result in civilian casualties or lost aircraft, highlighting the interdependence of technology and human judgment in modern air warfare. By the end of the first few raids, Britain had gained valuable intelligence. The Luftwaffe's preferred approach routes, altitude preferences, and timing patterns were observed and recorded. RAF commanders, aware of the enemy's strengths and limitations, could begin to plan more effective interception strategies. Each engagement, even when costly, contributed to a growing understanding of how to maximize defensive capabilities while minimizing losses. The early raids also reinforced the importance of resilience and adaptability among both aircrew and civilians. Pilots learned to react under pressure, adjust to evolving tactics, and trust in coordinated commands. Ground crews innovated to keep aircraft operational under stress, sometimes improvising repairs or cannibalizing damaged planes for parts. Civilians, confronted with the new reality of air warfare, adopted blackout routines, evacuation procedures, and emergency preparedness measures that would serve them in the months to come. In summary, the initial Luftwaffe attacks over Britain in the summer of 1940 were a critical proving ground for both sides. For the Germans, these raids tested British defenses and provided reconnaissance for future operations. For Britain, they were a harsh introduction to the realities of modern aerial warfare and a vital opportunity to refine tactics, integrate technology, and mobilize both military and civilian resources. The chain home radar network, combined with the courage of pilots and ground crews, provided the foundation for a coordinated defense that would become decisive in the Battle of Britain. These early engagements highlighted that survival in the face of superior enemy forces depended on intelligence, preparation, and human endurance. The skies over southern England, though clouded with danger, also became a proving ground for strategies, innovations, and courage that would shape the nation's defense. Britain's response during this period set the stage for a summer of aerial struggle that would determine the fate of the island and, by extension, the course of the war in Western Europe. The early raids thus stand as a testament to the adaptability, courage, and ingenuity that would characterize the Battle of Britain, proving that even a smaller, under-resourced air force could mount a formidable defense through preparation, coordination, and sheer determination. As summer 1940 deepened, the skies over southern England became a crucible of modern warfare, where the fate of the nation would be contested not on land, but in the air. RAF squadrons, having scrambled to defend Britain against the mounting threat of the Luftwaffe, faced increasingly frequent and coordinated waves of German bombers and fighters. These initial major aerial engagements marked the transition from reconnaissance and minor raids into sustained combat operations that would define the Battle of Britain and test the resolve, skill, and endurance of both pilots and ground crews. The Luftwaffe's objective was clear: achieve air superiority to facilitate an eventual German invasion, Operation Sea Lion. Formation after formation of Messerschmitt Bf 109 fighters escorted Heinkel He 111, Dornier Do 17, and Junkers Ju 88 bombers across the channel toward key RAF airfields and industrial targets. From the ground, radar stations and early warning systems detected these incursions, providing fighter command with precious minutes to scramble their squadrons. Pilots, many only recently trained, were now thrust into high-intensity combat that tested their skill, nerves, and teamwork. The first major dogfights unfolded over towns, airfields, and the countryside of southern England. RAF pilots, flying Supermarine Spitfires and Hawker Hurricanes, climbed rapidly into the rising sun to intercept incoming German formations. The glare of morning light added both a tactical challenge and an element of disorientation, making split-second decisions essential for survival. Pilots found themselves maneuvering at high speeds, coordinating with wingmen, and dodging both enemy fire and friendly anti-aircraft artillery. Each engagement was chaotic, unpredictable, and lethal, a violent ballet of human skill and mechanical precision. Ground crews played an equally critical role during these engagements. Aircraft required constant maintenance, rapid refueling, and munitions replenishment, often under the pressure of incoming raids and potential air attacks on airfields themselves. Mechanics, armorers, and ground personnel worked tirelessly, knowing that a single operational aircraft could make the difference between a defended city and a devastated one. Their work, though largely unseen by the public, formed the backbone of Britain's aerial defense and ensured that pilots could continue to take to the skies repeatedly, even under extreme stress. The intensity of combat quickly revealed the physical and psychological toll on pilots. Each sortie carried the constant risk of death or severe injury. Engaging multiple enemy aircraft in close formation demanded precise flying, situational awareness, and instant decision-making. Pilots faced machine gun fire, cannon shells, and flak from the ground, all while navigating at high altitude with limited visibility. The sheer exhaustion from repeated sorties, combined with the adrenaline and fear of combat, created an environment where mental resilience was as critical as technical skill. Civilians, meanwhile, watched the skies with mounting anxiety. The roar of engines, the contrails of dogfights, and occasional explosions over towns brought the reality of war to their doorsteps. Families in southern England were acutely aware that each encounter above their homes could result in bombs falling nearby, aircraft crashing into streets, or incendiary attacks on industrial targets. Blackouts were enforced, air raid precautions rehearsed, and community support networks mobilized. The first dogfights were not only a test for pilots but also a trial of civilian endurance and morale. The aerial engagements also offered early lessons in tactics and coordination. RAF pilots learned to work in tight formations, provide mutual protection, and prioritize targets effectively. Commanders adjusted strategies based on intelligence from radar stations, reconnaissance flights, and after-action reports. German pilots, initially confident in their numerical superiority, encountered the agility, discipline, and home field advantage of British fighters. These encounters revealed that while the Luftwaffe possessed formidable technology and training, terrain familiarity, radar-guided coordination, and determined resistance could significantly mitigate their advantage. As the days passed, the frequency and intensity of the dogfights increased. Multiple squadrons were dispatched daily, with some pilots flying 2 or 3 sorties in a single day. Aircraft losses occurred on both sides, and the human cost became increasingly apparent. pilots who survived returned with stories of comrades lost, miraculous escapes, and the relentless chaos of air combat. These accounts inspired both fear and admiration, contributing to the legend of the few who defended Britain against overwhelming odds. Strategically, the early dogfights proved decisive in shaping the campaign. Every engagement tested the Luftwaffe's tactics, exposed vulnerabilities in German planning, and allowed the RAF to refine interception protocols. The importance of radar, ground coordination, and pilot endurance became undeniable. As the Luftwaffe failed to achieve its intended destruction of the RAF, these early aerial battles signaled that Britain had a fighting chance to resist invasion. In conclusion, the first major dogfights over southern England marked a turning point in the aerial defense of Britain. RAF squadrons, despite shortages of aircraft and pilots, engaged waves of German bombers and fighters with skill, courage, and determination. Ground crews, radar operators, and civilian volunteers provided indispensable support, allowing the Air Force to maintain operations under extreme pressure. These encounters highlighted the lethal complexity of modern aerial warfare, the interplay between technology and human endurance, and the critical importance of coordination and adaptation. The dogfights of summer 1940 were not just battles in the sky, they were a test of a nation's resolve, a proving ground for courage, strategy, and collective effort. Britain's ability to withstand the first waves of the Luftwaffe set the stage for a summer of sustained defense, demonstrating that even under the looming shadow of invasion, determination, preparation, and skill could keep a nation free. These initial engagements in the sun above southern England would become the foundation for the Battle of Britain's ultimate success, ensuring that the island remained unconquered and inspiring generations to come. In the summer of 1940, as the Luftwaffe intensified its operations against southern England, the Royal Air Force relied not only on the courage of its pilots but also on an unprecedented technological advantage: radar. Known as the chain home system, this network of early warning radar stations stretched along the British coastline, forming an invisible shield that provided critical intelligence on incoming enemy aircraft. While the pilots engaged the Luftwaffe in the skies, radar operators on the ground became the unsung guardians of Britain, detecting threats, predicting attack patterns, and coordinating the timely deployment of fighter squadrons. The chain home network consisted of tall transmitter towers, receivers, and sophisticated communication links that could detect aircraft at distances up to 120 miles. Operators monitored screens and plotted blips representing enemy formations. Every piece of information, aircraft type, number, altitude, and speed, was relayed to sector control centers, which in turn coordinated fighter squadrons from nearby airfields. This integration of technology and human judgment was revolutionary. Radar provided a critical early warning buffer, allowing the RAF to scramble fighters in time to intercept enemy bombers before they reached key targets, dramatically increasing the efficiency of the defense. Ground control officers played a pivotal role in transforming radar data into actionable decisions. They monitored reports from multiple radar stations, tracked the movement of aircraft in real time, and directed pilots to optimal interception points. Unlike previous conflicts, where visual spotting dictated response, the chain home system enabled the RAF to act proactively rather than reactively. This technological edge meant that even when the Luftwaffe launched coordinated raids involving hundreds of bombers and fighters, British squadrons could be positioned strategically to maximize engagement effectiveness. The integration of radar and ground control also highlighted the importance of human decision-making. Operators and controllers were trained to interpret blips, estimate formation sizes, and predict paths, often under immense time pressure. A single miscalculation could allow bombers to penetrate defenses or expose pilots to unnecessary danger. The combination of cutting-edge technology with skilled personnel created a force multiplier, extending the limited number of available aircraft and pilots across a broad defensive front. Radar's effectiveness was complemented by the Royal Observer Corps, volunteers who visually identified aircraft and reported movements to sector commands. These human observations, combined with radar data, allowed controllers to cross-verify information, ensuring that interceptions were accurate and reducing the risk of wasted sorties. The system allowed fighter command to allocate resources intelligently, sending squadrons to confront actual threats rather than dispersing forces across imagined attack zones. The early lessons in the integration of radar and human coordination were profound. British commanders recognized that technological superiority alone was insufficient. Success depended on training, rapid communication, and trust between operators and pilots. Pilots learned to rely on directions from ground controllers, adjusting altitude, course, and formation to intercept enemy aircraft efficiently. Controllers, in turn, honed their predictive skills, understanding both the strengths and limitations of radar, and how to best manage finite fighter resources against numerically superior German forces. During the Luftwaffe's initial attacks, the chain-home system proved its worth repeatedly. German bombers, intending to destroy airfields, radar installations, and infrastructure, were often met by well-positioned RAF squadrons that had been vectored into intercept paths before the enemy reached the English coastline. Even when pilots engaged multiple waves of aircraft simultaneously, the coordination enabled by radar minimized confusion, ensured overlapping coverage, and maximized the defensive capability of each sortie. The invisible shield of radar also had a psychological effect. Pilots knew that early detection allowed for preparation, reducing uncertainty and panic. Ground crews and civilians felt a sense of security, knowing that warning systems could mitigate surprise attacks. This confidence reinforced morale at a time when fear of invasion and Luftwaffe dominance could have otherwise paralyzed the nation. However, the system was not flawless. Operators faced challenges in tracking fast-moving formations, differentiating friendly aircraft, and compensating for weather conditions that could interfere with radar accuracy. Controllers occasionally had to make rapid judgment calls with incomplete information, balancing the risk to pilots with the need to defend critical targets. These early challenges provided important lessons that would refine radar-guided defense tactics throughout the Battle of Britain. In addition to tactical advantages, the use of radar demonstrated the transformative potential of technology in modern warfare. Britain's ability to integrate detection, communication, and combat coordination into a cohesive system foreshadowed future air defense doctrines worldwide. The synergy between human skill and electronic systems became a cornerstone of the RAF's success, proving that even against a numerically superior enemy, intelligent application of technology could level the playing field. In summary, the chain-home radar network and the associated ground control system were crucial elements in Britain's defense during the early stages of the Battle of Britain. By providing early warning, guiding fighter interceptions, and enhancing situational awareness, radar allowed the RAF to respond efficiently and strategically to Luftwaffe raids. The integration of technology and human decision-making not only preserved valuable aircraft and pilots but also instilled confidence and morale across both military and civilian populations. Demonstrates that the invisible shield above Britain was more than metal and electricity. It was a testament to innovation, coordination, and human ingenuity. Through radar and ground control, the RAF could maximize limited resources, outmaneuver the enemy, and hold the skies, laying the foundation for the successful defense of Britain in the summer of 1940. This underscores that victory in the air depended not just on courage and skill but also on the intelligent integration of technology and human decision-making, a lesson that would resonate throughout modern warfare. By the summer of 1940, the Luftwaffe had moved beyond probing attacks and minor raids, transitioning into a focused campaign designed to cripple Britain's air defense network. The shift in strategy marked the beginning of what would later be recognized as the Blitzkrieg in the air, an attempt to achieve total air superiority and pave the way for a possible German invasion, Operation Sea Lion. German commanders, confident in the overwhelming strength of the Luftwaffe, concentrated on destroying RAF airfields, radar installations, and aircraft factories, believing that crippling these key assets would render Britain vulnerable to both aerial bombardment and invasion. The Luftwaffe's shift in focus placed unprecedented pressure on the RAF. Airfields along southern England, such as Biggin Hill, Tangmere, and Hornchurch, became primary targets. These airfields were critical not only for launching defensive fighter sorties but also for maintaining maintenance, fuel, and munitions capabilities. Bombing raids often targeted runways, hangars, and fuel depots, aiming to disrupt the RAF's operational tempo. Pilots scrambled continuously to intercept incoming formations, sometimes multiple times in a single day, while ground crews worked tirelessly to repair damage and return aircraft to service. Factories producing Spitfires, Hurricanes, and essential armaments also came under attack. German bombers aimed to reduce the production capacity of Britain's fighter force, hoping to starve the RAF of replacements for planes and trained pilots. The strain on the British industrial system was immense. Workers, already under pressure to maintain output amidst rationing and evacuation efforts, faced the constant threat of aerial bombardment. Despite the stress, production continued at remarkable rates, reflecting the nationwide commitment to survival. The intensity of the Luftwaffe campaign extended beyond military targets. While the primary objective remained the RAF, civilian areas increasingly experienced collateral damage as bombers struck towns near airfields or factories. Residential neighborhoods, railway stations, and infrastructure were often hit accidentally or intentionally, creating fear, chaos, and disruption among the population. Civilians faced air raids, blackouts, and the destruction of homes, schools, and businesses. These attacks, while secondary to the Luftwaffe's military goals, contributed to a broader psychological campaign aimed at weakening British morale. The pressure on RAF resources became particularly acute. Pilots were forced to fly repeated sorties with minimal rest, while aircraft and munitions were expended at a rapid pace. Ground crews labored under extreme conditions to repair runways, replenish ammunition, and maintain aircraft, often working in air raid shelters or under fire. Every sortie required careful coordination, with radar and ground control directing fighters to intercept enemy formations at the most effective points. Despite these challenges, the RAF demonstrated remarkable resilience, leveraging technology, strategy, and ingenuity to meet the Luftwaffe's concentrated efforts. Early German successes were notable, as some airfields were damaged, and a number of RAF aircraft were destroyed on the ground. However, these victories were tactically limited. Britain's decentralized network of airfields, redundancy in production, and rapid repair capabilities mitigated the impact of bombing. Additionally, the RAF's use of radar and coordinated fighter interception allowed pilots to counter enemy attacks effectively, often engaging German formations before they could inflict crippling damage. These factors frustrated the Luftwaffe, preventing them from achieving the decisive blow they had anticipated. The German strategy also revealed operational limitations. While the Luftwaffe possessed numerical superiority and advanced aircraft, they struggled with the logistical demands of sustained operations across the Channel. Pilot fatigue, mechanical failures, and the complexity of coordinating large formations under unpredictable weather conditions reduced operational efficiency. Strategic miscalculations, such as underestimating the RAF's resilience and overextending bombing missions, further limited the Luftwaffe's effectiveness. civilian responses to the indirect attacks were a mixture of fear and adaptation. Blackouts were enforced in cities, air raid shelters were constructed or expanded, and volunteer civil defense organizations mobilized to assist with firefighting, medical care, and rescue operations. Communities learned to function under the constant threat of aerial bombardment, fostering a culture of resilience and vigilance that would prove essential in the months to come. The blitzkrieg in the air also served as a crucible for tactical evolution. RAF pilots learned to anticipate bomber routes, exploit weaknesses in formations, and maximize the effectiveness of limited numbers. Ground controllers refined scramble procedures, coordinating fighter responses with greater precision. The Luftwaffe, meanwhile, struggled to adapt to the British system of integrated radar, observer corps, and rapid communication, which consistently gave the defenders a timing advantage despite the imbalance in numbers. In conclusion, the Luftwaffe's concentrated attacks on RAF airfields, factories, and infrastructure during the summer of 1940 represented a formidable test of Britain's defenses. While German forces sought to destroy the RAF and pave the way for invasion, the British response, combining technological innovation, tactical coordination, and the resilience of both military personnel and civilians, prevented any decisive breakthrough. The blitzkrieg in the air demonstrated the deadly power of modern aerial warfare but also highlighted the importance of strategy, adaptability, and collective endurance in overcoming superior enemy forces. By targeting airfields, industrial centers, and indirectly striking civilian areas, the Luftwaffe created maximum pressure on every level of British society. Yet, the failure to destroy Britain's capacity for defense ensured that the RAF remained operational, setting the stage for the prolonged aerial battles that would define the Battle of Britain. Underscores that, in modern warfare, technological superiority alone is insufficient without effective strategy, logistical support, and the unwavering determination of those defending their nation. As the Luftwaffe intensified its raids over southern England in the summer of 1940, the Royal Air Force emerged as the decisive shield of Britain, relying on the skill, courage, and endurance of its fighter pilots. These airmen, later immortalized as the Few, faced overwhelming odds. German formations often outnumbered them 2 or 3 to 1, and sorties were flown in rapid succession, leaving little time for rest or recovery. Yet through grit, determination, and tactical innovation, these pilots became the linchpin of Britain's defense, turning what could have been a catastrophic defeat into a story of remarkable heroism and resilience. Personal accounts from RAF pilots reveal the extreme physical and psychological demands they endured. Many flew multiple sorties in a single day, often in minimal sleep and under constant threat of death. The Spitfire and Hurricane, while technologically advanced for their time, required intense concentration and precise handling during dogfights against experienced Luftwaffe pilots. Pilots contended with the glare of the sun, changing weather conditions, anti-aircraft fire from the ground, and the disorienting chaos of massed aircraft engaged in high-speed maneuvers. Fatigue and fear were constant companions, yet determination and training enabled them to persevere. The bravery of individual pilots often defined engagements. Some intercepted bombers head-on, exposing themselves to concentrated defensive fire to break up formations before they could reach targets. Others protected airfields or industrial areas by engaging multiple enemy fighters simultaneously, risking their lives to prevent damage to infrastructure critical for Britain's war effort. Stories abound of pilots returning to base with crippled aircraft, wounded, or low on fuel, only to prepare for the next sortie hours later. These acts exemplified not just personal courage but also a deep commitment to the survival of their nation. Morale played a crucial role in sustaining these efforts. Pilots were aware of the stakes. The fall of Britain would leave Europe entirely under Nazi control and potentially expose the island to invasion. Letters home, diary entries, and reports reflect the mixture of anxiety, resolve, and camaraderie that characterized RAF units. Pilots drew strength from shared hardships, from witnessing the skill and bravery of their comrades, and from knowing that their actions were part of a larger effort to defend the homeland. Ground crews also contributed to morale, maintaining aircraft under extreme pressure, providing brief moments of rest and humor, and sustaining a sense of purpose that complemented the pilots' efforts in the air. The early engagements of the Battle of Britain also prompted rapid tactical evolution. The RAF began to implement flexible interception strategies, deploying squadrons in coordinated sectors guided by radar and ground observation. Pilots were trained to work in pairs or formations, protecting one another and maximizing firepower against bomber formations. Techniques such as altitude advantage, coordinated attacks on bomber engines, and precise timing for engagement became essential for offsetting the Luftwaffe's numerical superiority. The ability to adapt tactics under live combat conditions allowed the few to punch above their weight and prevent decisive German victories. The human dimension of heroism extended beyond the cockpit. Squadron leaders inspired and mentored new pilots, sharing knowledge and encouraging initiative in the face of overwhelming danger. Pilots learned to remain calm under pressure, make split-second decisions that could determine the fate of a city or airfield, and trust in the guidance provided by radar and ground controllers. This combination of skill, courage, and disciplined adaptability became the hallmark of RAF success. Casualties were severe. Many pilots did not survive the relentless pace of operations, and others returned physically and emotionally scarred. Aircraft losses were frequent, and mechanical failures often compounded the dangers faced in combat. Yet even as numbers dwindled, those who remained continued to fly, often facing successive waves of enemy aircraft with determination that inspired their countrymen. The courage and sacrifice of these pilots became a symbol of national resilience, bolstering civilian morale and demonstrating that even against overwhelming odds, coordinated effort and bravery could prevail. The impact of the pilots' heroism was not only tactical but also symbolic. Newspapers and radio broadcasts highlighted individual and squadron feats, fostering a sense of pride and unity across Britain. Civilians, sheltering from raids or participating in civil defense, drew inspiration from the courage displayed above them. The stories of the few reinforced the idea that the country's survival depended not only on strategy and technology but also on the spirit and determination of its defenders. In conclusion, the early stages of the Battle of Britain underscored that the human factor was as critical as machinery or strategy. The RAF pilots' courage, skill, and relentless commitment became the backbone of Britain's defense, ensuring that even against a numerically superior Luftwaffe, the island remained unconquered. Their adaptation of tactics, endurance in repeated sorties, and unwavering determination exemplified the qualities necessary to prevail in modern aerial warfare. The few took flight not just to intercept enemy aircraft, but to defend a nation and its way of life. Their heroism set the stage for the sustained defense of Britain throughout the summer of 1940, proving that courage, skill, and resilience could tilt the balance even in the darkest hours. Their legacy endures as a testament to human endurance, ingenuity, and unyielding resolve in the face of overwhelming adversity. As the summer of 1940 gave way to late summer and early autumn, the Luftwaffe shifted tactics, initiating nocturnal bombing campaigns that would come to be known as the first phase of the Blitz. German strategists recognized that daytime raids, though intense, were costly in terms of aircraft and experienced pilots, especially given the RAF's increasing efficiency in intercepting bombers. By moving operations to night, the Luftwaffe aimed to exploit the cover of darkness, reduce the effectiveness of British fighter defenses, and inflict both material and psychological damage on urban centers, particularly London and southern cities. The first night raids introduced a new dimension of fear and uncertainty. Civilians, already accustomed to the constant threat of daylight attacks, were now confronted with aircraft approaching under the cloak of darkness, guided by searchlights and incendiary devices. The deafening roar of engines, the sudden flash of bombs, and the trembling earth beneath explosions created a surreal and terrifying atmosphere. Families huddled in air raid shelters, often in cramped and poorly ventilated conditions, waiting through long, anxious hours while fires burned and buildings collapsed above them. The psychological impact was immediate. Sleep was disrupted, stress levels soared, and a sense of vulnerability pervaded daily life. RAF air defenses faced the challenge of adjusting to night operations. Fighter squadrons, trained primarily for daytime interception, had to learn new techniques to locate and engage enemy aircraft under low visibility conditions. Pilots relied on ground-based searchlights, rudimentary night navigation, and early warning from radar installations that had been adapted for nocturnal detection. Coordination between radar operators, anti-aircraft batteries, and airborne pilots became even more critical. Even minor errors in communication could result in missed intercepts or, worse, friendly fire incidents, underscoring the complexity of defending the skies at night. Civil defense systems evolved in response to these night raids. Blackouts were rigorously enforced to prevent enemy bombers from identifying targets visually. Volunteers worked in shifts to monitor streets and rooftops, guiding civilians to shelters, extinguishing small fires, and reporting bomb impacts. Fire brigades and medical teams prepared for delayed responses due to darkness, ensuring that casualties could be treated as quickly as possible despite limited visibility. These measures, although not foolproof, significantly reduced the effectiveness of the German attacks, demonstrating the crucial interplay between civilian preparedness and military defense. The night raids also highlighted the limitations of the Luftwaffe's strategy. German bombers, lacking precision navigation tools, often missed their intended targets, striking residential neighborhoods or industrial areas outside planned coordinates. Mechanical failures, navigational errors, and the challenges of formation flying in the dark resulted in higher attrition than anticipated. German aircrews, unfamiliar with prolonged nocturnal operations, suffered from fatigue and disorientation, reducing the efficiency and lethality of their attacks. This gave the RAF and British civil defense units critical time to adapt and reinforce their capabilities. Despite the chaos and terror, the first night raids offered valuable lessons to the British. Fighter Command refined its nighttime interception protocols, improving communication and coordination between radar stations, anti-aircraft batteries, and pilot squadrons. Civilians, having experienced the shock of sudden night attacks, became more proficient in blackout procedures and emergency responses. These adaptations would prove essential as the Blitz intensified in the coming months, allowing Britain to sustain morale and maintain operational effectiveness even under repeated nocturnal bombardment. The psychological resilience of Londoners and southern England's residents became apparent during these raids. Communities organized shelter rotations, shared resources, and provided mutual support in air raid shelters, demonstrating a collective determination to endure. Newspapers and radio broadcasts, carefully curated by the government, emphasized heroic efforts and survival stories, fostering national unity and a sense of shared purpose despite the ongoing destruction. By the end of the first phase of nocturnal bombing, it was clear that the battle for Britain had entered a new stage. Air defenses had been tested under novel conditions, civilians had adapted to constant danger, and both military and civil infrastructure had learned to withstand night attacks. The combination of technological innovation, strategic coordination, and societal resilience enabled Britain to respond effectively to what was intended to be a crippling assault. In conclusion, the first night raids of the Blitz demonstrated the Luftwaffe's tactical ingenuity and the RAF's adaptability. The darkness amplified the psychological impact of bombing while simultaneously challenging air defense systems and civil preparedness. Through rapid adaptation, technological innovation, and sheer human determination, Britain managed to withstand these nocturnal assaults. The lessons learned during these initial night raids shaped both RAF operations and civilian responses throughout the summer and autumn of 1940, ensuring that the spirit, morale, and defensive capability of the nation remained unbroken. The night raids marked a pivotal evolution in the Battle of Britain. Warfare had extended beyond the daylight skies into a relentless, 24-hour test of endurance, coordination, and courage. Both pilots and civilians discovered the depth of their resilience, and Britain's ability to adapt would prove decisive in holding the line against Nazi Germany's aerial offensive. As the summer of 1940 progressed, the Luftwaffe, confident in its numerical and technological superiority, began to encounter the unanticipated resilience of Britain's defenses. Overconfidence and strategic miscalculations gradually undermined the effectiveness of German operations, revealing critical flaws in their campaign to achieve air supremacy. Despite launching repeated and heavy attacks on RAF airfields, radar installations, and urban centers, Germany failed to decisively neutralize Britain's fighter force. The combination of British innovation, adaptive tactics, and unwavering determination turned the Luftwaffe's initial advantage into a prolonged struggle fraught with mounting losses and diminishing morale. From the outset, German commanders underestimated the capabilities of the RAF and the British integrated air defense system. The chain-home radar network, paired with ground observers and fighter command coordination, provided real-time intelligence on incoming raids, enabling timely scrambling of British squadrons. Early German expectations assumed that limited fighter coverage could be overwhelmed with concentrated attacks. However, the RAF effectively managed its resources, maintaining high operational readiness and efficiently directing aircraft to intercept Luftwaffe formations before they reached critical targets. Losses for the Luftwaffe began to mount quickly. Experienced pilots, often flying multiple sorties per day, were shot down in dogfights with Spitfires and Hurricanes that, while sometimes outnumbered, leveraged altitude advantage, superior maneuverability, and coordinated tactics. Bomber formations suffered disproportionately when intercepted, as German aircraft lacked adequate escort coverage in some missions or were forced to fly at predictable altitudes to maintain formation integrity. The combination of defensive skill, ground control coordination, and radar detection meant that Luftwaffe bombers were frequently disrupted before reaching their objectives. The Luftwaffe's operational miscalculations were not limited to tactical execution. Strategically, German command misjudged the durability and resourcefulness of Britain's industrial base. Factories repaired damage swiftly, replaced aircraft at a rate faster than German estimations, and trained new pilots to replenish losses. German planners assumed that the destruction of key airfields and aircraft production centers would force Britain into submission within weeks. Instead, each failed raid allowed the RAF to adapt, learn, and improve its defensive coordination, gradually eroding the Luftwaffe's numerical advantage. The errors extended to targeting priorities as well. In an attempt to demoralize civilians and cripple British infrastructure, the Luftwaffe occasionally diverted from military targets to urban centers. While this tactic caused destruction and loss of life, it did not achieve the intended military objective. The RAF remained largely intact and operational. These strategic deviations, combined with logistical challenges such as fuel shortages and maintenance issues, compounded German inefficiencies, further hampering the campaign's effectiveness. RAF pilots, in turn, became increasingly adept at exploiting German errors. Squadrons learned to anticipate bombing routes, coordinate attacks with precise timing, and maximize the impact of limited aircraft numbers. Ground controllers directed fighters to intercept weak points in bomber formations, while anti-aircraft batteries disrupted enemy attacks from the ground. Each encounter served as both a defensive action and a learning opportunity, allowing Britain to refine tactics in response to evolving Luftwaffe strategies. The psychological effect of these setbacks was significant. German airmen, expecting rapid dominance, faced repeated resistance that frustrated operational goals. The cumulative effect of pilot losses, disrupted bombing missions, and unexpected resilience from British forces contributed to declining morale among Luftwaffe personnel. Conversely, British pilots, ground crews, and civilians drew strength from the ability to repel superior forces, reinforcing both individual and collective resolve. Another crucial factor in the Luftwaffe's stumbles was coordination breakdowns among German units. Long distances across the Channel, limited communication technology, and challenges in maintaining tight formations over enemy territory increased vulnerability. Pilots occasionally became disoriented or separated, allowing RAF squadrons to engage isolated bombers effectively. These operational inefficiencies compounded strategic miscalculations and prevented Germany from achieving the rapid dominance necessary for success. By midsummer, it became increasingly clear that the Luftwaffe's campaign was losing momentum. Despite the intensity of raids, the RAF remained largely intact, industrial production continued, and civilian morale, though tested, remained resilient. German forces had underestimated the British combination of technology, adaptability, and resolve, and each failure to achieve decisive results revealed the flaws in Hitler's strategy. The notion of a quick victory over Britain began to evaporate, as the Luftwaffe struggled to maintain sustained pressure without achieving the intended results. In conclusion, the Luftwaffe stumbled due to overconfidence, underestimation of British capabilities, and strategic errors. Despite superior numbers and technological prowess, German air forces could not neutralize the RAF or force British capitulation. Radar-guided defense, effective pilot coordination, and adaptive tactics enabled Britain to withstand heavy attacks and maintain operational integrity. These early failures not only preserved Britain's sovereignty but also set the stage for the prolonged aerial battle that would define the summer of 1940 and mark a decisive turning point in World War II. The Battle of Britain's skies demonstrated that technological advantage alone was insufficient. Victory required coordination, innovation, and resilience. The Luftwaffe's miscalculations allowed Britain to consolidate its defenses, protect critical infrastructure, and sustain morale, ultimately ensuring that the island nation would remain unconquered and that the fight for Europe would continue on British terms. By late summer 1940, the Battle of Britain had reached a critical juncture. After months of relentless Luftwaffe attacks, Britain's Royal Air Force began to assert dominance in the skies. The German campaign, initially conceived as a swift and overwhelming assault, had faltered due to a combination of overconfidence, strategic miscalculations, and the extraordinary resilience of British defenses. RAF pilots, ground crews, and even civilians had contributed to a defense that not only protected the island nation but thwarted Hitler's plans for invasion, demonstrating that a smaller, well-coordinated force could withstand a numerically superior enemy. The turning of the tide was evident in several measurable ways. Luftwaffe losses began to outpace replacements, as pilots were killed, wounded, or forced to withdraw. Experienced airmen, crucial for coordinating bomber formations and maintaining morale, were increasingly lost, leaving younger or less trained replacements in their place. German bombers suffered particularly high attrition when intercepted by RAF fighters, often losing significant numbers in a single engagement. This attritional pressure gradually weakened the Luftwaffe's offensive capability, limiting the scale and effectiveness of subsequent raids. RAF pilots, who had been stretched thin in the early weeks of the battle, demonstrated remarkable adaptability and skill. Squadrons developed tactics to maximize the impact of limited aircraft, such as engaging bombers at higher altitudes or focusing attacks on the vulnerable engines of German planes. Wing formations and coordinated interception strategies, guided by radar and ground controllers, allowed fighters to disrupt enemy formations before they could reach key targets. Each successful interception not only preserved vital airfields and aircraft but also boosted pilot morale, reinforcing confidence in their ability to defend the nation. Ground crews were equally essential in sustaining the RAF's defensive edge. Mechanics and support personnel worked tirelessly to repair damaged aircraft, maintain operational readiness, and manage logistical challenges under constant pressure. Fuel shortages, bombardments, and damaged infrastructure did not deter these teams from ensuring that as many aircraft as possible were available for sorties. Their efforts meant that pilots could continue flying repeated missions, a critical factor in countering the persistent German threat. Civilian contributions also played a significant role in Britain's defensive effort. While airmen battled in the skies, civilians endured bomb alarms, enforced blackouts, and the disruption of daily life. Volunteer organizations helped maintain communication lines, assisted in emergency response, and provided support to those affected by air raids. These efforts ensured that the home front remained functional, allowing resources, intelligence, and morale to be sustained over the long duration of the battle. The psychological impact of the RAF's growing success was profound. Pilots, emboldened by repeated victories in the air, developed a sense of confidence that contrasted sharply with the mounting frustration and fatigue among Luftwaffe crews. Civilians, witnessing the RAF's effectiveness, experienced renewed faith in their country's ability to withstand the onslaught. This collective morale, encompassing both military personnel and the public, became a critical asset in sustaining Britain through the prolonged aerial campaign. Strategically, the RAF's upper hand prevented Germany from achieving the air superiority necessary for Operation Sea Lion, Hitler's planned invasion of Britain. The inability to neutralize the RAF meant that any amphibious assault would face a fully operational air defense, rendering it highly risky and likely catastrophic. By maintaining control of the skies, Britain effectively safeguarded its shores, infrastructure, and industrial base, ensuring that the island remained a secure base for future Allied operations. Each engagement during this phase of the battle highlighted the importance of coordination, intelligence, and adaptability. Radar operators provided early warnings, ground controllers directed fighters efficiently, and pilots executed precise maneuvers to intercept incoming bombers. Lessons learned from early mistakes were applied immediately, with squadrons adapting to the Luftwaffe's changing tactics. This dynamic interaction between technology, human skill, and tactical ingenuity became a defining characteristic of Britain's success. The cumulative effect of these victories created a visible shift in momentum. German raids, once seemingly unstoppable, began to encounter organized and effective resistance. Bombers that had previously flown with impunity were now intercepted with increasing frequency, forcing Luftwaffe commanders to reconsider their strategy. Losses among veteran German pilots undermined operational cohesion, and the initial assumption that Britain could be easily subdued by air power proved false. In the skies above southern England, this period marked a decisive turning point. Britain's ability to defend its airspace, despite limited resources, demonstrated the effectiveness of preparation, coordination, and morale. Pilots who had once faced overwhelming odds now experienced repeated success, and ground crews could see the tangible results of their tireless labor. Civilians, having endured months of uncertainty and fear, began to celebrate the RAF's resilience, finding hope in each downed bomber and returned pilot. In conclusion, the RAF's emergence as the dominant force in the skies by late summer 1940 exemplified the combined power of technology, strategy, and human courage. The Luftwaffe, despite its numbers and experience, was unable to overcome the coordination, resilience, and ingenuity of Britain's air defenses. This period of the Battle of Britain not only preserved the nation from invasion but also solidified a sense of national unity and pride, establishing the foundation for further resistance against the Axis powers. Victory in the skies was therefore more than a military achievement, it was a symbol of Britain's endurance, determination, and collective spirit. Pilots, ground crews, and civilians alike shared in the triumph, proving that even in the face of formidable odds, courage, adaptability, and resolve could turn the tide of war and safeguard a nation's freedom. The success of the RAF during this phase ensured that Britain remained unconquered and prepared to continue the fight, setting the stage for the prolonged struggle that would define the summer of 1940. The Battle of Britain, fought over the skies of southern England during the summer and early autumn of 1940, stands as one of the most significant turning points of the Second World War. Its legacy is not measured solely in aircraft destroyed or sorties flown but in the enduring lessons it imparted for modern warfare, the extraordinary courage displayed by civilians and military personnel alike, and the symbolic importance of Britain's survival to the Allied cause. The battle demonstrated the critical interplay between technology, strategy, and human determination, shaping the conduct of future military operations and influencing the course of the war. One of the most profound lessons of the Battle of Britain was the strategic value of air power. Prior to 1940, many military planners still viewed air forces as supportive arms, secondary to ground and naval power. The Luftwaffe's sustained campaign to achieve air superiority against Britain revealed both the potential and limitations of a dominant air force. While the Germans possessed impressive numbers and advanced aircraft, their failure to destroy the RAF underscored that air power, when met with effective defense, coordination, and intelligence, could be countered successfully, even by a smaller force. Conversely, the RAF's ability to defend the skies highlighted how concentrated, well-trained, and strategically deployed air assets could protect an entire nation. This lesson influenced subsequent Allied campaigns, emphasizing the integration of air power into combined arms operations and shaping doctrines for air superiority and defense in theaters around the globe. Technological innovation was another defining aspect of the battle's legacy. The use of the chain-home radar network provided Britain with a preemptive advantage, detecting incoming Luftwaffe raids and allowing fighter command to scramble aircraft efficiently. Ground control coordination, early warning systems, and effective communication between radar stations, controllers, and pilots demonstrated how technology could multiply human capability. The battle validated the importance of integrating emerging technologies into strategic planning, a principle that would guide military developments for decades. It also highlighted the need for adaptability. Both RAF and German forces continuously evolved tactics in response to each other's strengths and weaknesses, illustrating the dynamic nature of modern warfare. Equally important was the human dimension of the battle. RAF pilots, later celebrated as the few, exhibited exceptional courage, skill, and endurance under intense pressure. Facing numerically superior enemy formations and repeated sorties, they adapted rapidly, learned from engagements, and maintained morale despite losses. Ground crews worked tirelessly to repair aircraft, manage logistics, and support the frontline airmen. Civilian contributions, from volunteer observers to air raid wardens, played a crucial role in sustaining both operational capability and morale. These acts of bravery and commitment demonstrated that war is a collective effort, reliant not only on strategic planning and equipment but also on the perseverance and spirit of individuals across all levels of society. The battle also illustrated the psychological and symbolic power of resistance. Britain's survival against the Luftwaffe had profound effects on both domestic and international morale. Within the United Kingdom, the successful defense of the skies bolstered national confidence, reinforcing the idea that even against a formidable enemy, the nation could endure and prevail. Internationally, Allied nations took heart from Britain's example, seeing that Nazi Germany was not invincible and that determined resistance could stall or even reverse the tide of conquest. The Battle of Britain thus became more than a military engagement. It was a symbol of hope, resilience, and the potential of democratic societies to withstand totalitarian aggression. From a strategic perspective, the Battle of Britain influenced the broader course of the Second World War. Germany's failure to achieve air superiority forced Hitler to postpone and eventually abandon Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion of Britain. The inability to neutralize the RAF ensured that Britain remained a secure base for subsequent Allied operations, including strategic bombing campaigns and preparations for the liberation of occupied Europe. The battle's outcome underscored the importance of preparation, adaptability, and intelligence in modern military strategy, demonstrating that even well-equipped forces could falter against a determined and well-coordinated defense. Moreover, the battle emphasized the integration of civilian and military efforts in national defense. Britain's civilian population endured air raids, rationing, and blackouts, maintaining social cohesion and morale under extreme stress. Volunteer organizations, emergency services, and local governance structures contributed directly to the nation's resilience. This synergy between civilian courage and military action became a defining feature of Britain's war effort, illustrating that total defense requires the engagement of the entire population, not only the armed forces. In reflecting on the legacy of the Battle of Britain, historians emphasize its enduring lessons for both military and civilian preparedness. It demonstrated that technological innovation, effective communication, and coordinated strategy could overcome superior numbers. It highlighted the necessity of adaptability, continuous learning, and the importance of maintaining morale under duress. It revealed the crucial role of civilians in supporting national defense and showed that symbolic victories, such as holding the skies, could have far-reaching strategic implications. In conclusion, the Battle of Britain represents a unique convergence of courage, technology, strategy, and societal resilience. The successful defense of the United Kingdom prevented German domination of Western Europe, safeguarded a critical Allied base, and provided a morale boost that resonated throughout occupied Europe and the wider Allied world. It reinforced the idea that a nation could endure under extraordinary pressure, adapt to unforeseen challenges, and ultimately turn the tide against a powerful adversary. The legacy of the battle endures today as a symbol of resistance and hope, reminding future generations that preparation, courage, and determination are decisive in the defense of freedom. The skies of 1940 may be long silent, but the lessons learned, the bravery displayed, and the collective resilience of Britain continue to inspire and instruct in times of conflict and uncertainty. By late summer 1940, the Battle of Britain had entered a critical and intense phase. The Luftwaffe, seeking to gain air supremacy over southern England, escalated its operations, targeting RAF airfields, radar installations, and support infrastructure with increased frequency and intensity. German commanders, emboldened by early successes and overconfident in their numerical superiority, believed that sustained pressure could force Britain into submission or at least significantly weaken its defensive capacity. For the RAF, this escalation represented the greatest threat yet, stretching both pilots and ground crews to their limits while also testing the resilience of civilians under constant aerial bombardment. RAF Fighter Command, responsible for coordinating Britain's aerial defense, faced multiple challenges. Airfields such as Biggin Hill, Tangmere, and Hornchurch were repeatedly bombed, damaging runways, hangars, and fuel depots. Repairs had to be carried out quickly to maintain operational readiness, often under threat of subsequent attacks. Mechanics and ground crews worked tirelessly to repair aircraft, replenish ammunition, and ensure fuel supplies, sometimes performing emergency repairs in the open while bombs exploded nearby. The relentless nature of Luftwaffe attacks meant that no pause could be taken. Operational efficiency and rapid response became essential to survival. The increasing scale of the Luftwaffe raids also placed enormous pressure on pilot endurance. RAF squadrons were often scrambled multiple times a day, engaging waves of German bombers escorted by fighters. Pilots contended with fatigue, mechanical stress on their aircraft, and the physical and psychological demands of continuous combat. The situation demanded not only skill but also tactical innovation, as crews learned to intercept bombers more effectively, manage formation flying under fire, and exploit weaknesses in Luftwaffe coordination. These adaptations were crucial for sustaining Britain's defense against a larger and more experienced enemy. Radar stations played a vital role in maintaining situational awareness during this phase. The chain home network detected approaching aircraft and relayed precise information to sector control centers, allowing fighter command to direct squadrons to intercept the enemy efficiently. Radar operators worked long hours, analyzing blips and estimating aircraft numbers, types, and altitudes under extreme pressure. Ground control officers, interpreting these data in real time, had to make split-second decisions on squadron deployment, balancing risk to pilots with the need to protect critical targets. The integration of technology, human skill, and rapid decision-making became more essential than ever as the Luftwaffe intensified its attacks. Civilian populations, meanwhile, faced a dramatic increase in danger and anxiety. Cities and towns near airfields and radar installations experienced frequent bombings, and each raid brought destruction, casualties, and fear. Families endured blackouts, sought refuge in air raid shelters, and watched as schools, factories, and homes were damaged. Civil defense volunteers worked tirelessly to coordinate evacuations, fight fires, and provide first aid, often placing themselves at great risk. The combination of military and civilian response created a network of resilience that allowed Britain to absorb the psychological and physical shock of the escalating Luftwaffe campaign. Strategically, the intensified German air campaign revealed both strengths and vulnerabilities of the Luftwaffe. While German bombers inflicted damage on airfields and infrastructure, their losses mounted due to effective RAF interception, radar-guided coordination, and the increasing proficiency of British pilots. The Luftwaffe also suffered from overextended supply lines and fatigue among aircrews, which limited their ability to sustain prolonged operations. In contrast, Britain's decentralized airfield network, combined with rapid repair and replacement strategies, mitigated the impact of bombing raids, allowing the RAF to continue defending the skies effectively. The pressure on both military and civilian sectors prompted innovations and tactical evolution. RAF squadrons began employing more sophisticated engagement strategies, including coordinated attacks on bomber formations and the use of altitude advantage. Ground crews implemented faster repair protocols, optimized fuel storage, and enhanced communication with controllers to reduce response times. Civilian organizations refined blackout procedures, emergency drills, and rapid response networks. Together, these adaptations strengthened Britain's capacity to endure sustained aerial bombardment and preserved operational capability under extreme duress. The human dimension of this phase of the battle was significant. Pilots developed bonds through shared experience, drawing strength from teamwork and the bravery of their comrades. Civilians, witnessing the RAF's resilience and the protective power of early warning systems, maintained morale despite the destruction surrounding them. These personal and collective acts of courage created a psychological buffer that helped Britain withstand what was intended to be a decisive German campaign. By the end of this stage, it became clear that while the Luftwaffe had intensified its efforts, the RAF's integration of technology, tactics, and human endurance allowed it to withstand sustained attacks. British pilots, despite fatigue and numerical inferiority, continued to intercept bombers and fighters effectively. Ground crews maintained operational readiness under extraordinary pressure, and civilians adapted to the constant threat of bombing. Together, these elements ensured that Britain remained unconquered, even as the enemy applied unprecedented pressure on multiple fronts. In conclusion, the escalation of Luftwaffe attacks in late summer 1940, targeting airfields, radar stations, and infrastructure, represented a significant test of Britain's defenses. The RAF's ability to maintain operational readiness, innovate tactics, and integrate radar with fighter coordination proved decisive. Civilian resilience, combined with technological advantage and military skill, mitigated the impact of the intensified raids and safeguarded the nation. The period captured and demonstrates that victory in the Battle of Britain was not a product of numbers alone, but of effective coordination, courage under fire, and the ability to adapt rapidly to evolving threats. The pressure mounted by the Luftwaffe, intended to break British resistance, ultimately highlighted the strength, ingenuity, and endurance that would define the nation's successful defense in the skies. By the height of the summer of 1940, the Battle of Britain had evolved into a contest of strategy, skill, and adaptation, where the RAF increasingly relied on innovative interception tactics to counter the formidable Luftwaffe. The early phases of the battle revealed that raw numbers alone could not decide the outcome. Instead, coordination, timing, and intelligence became the determining factors in Britain's ability to defend itself. This chapter explores how the RAF refined its tactics, integrated technology with human decision-making, and prepared pilots to face the Luftwaffe with precision and effectiveness. Central to this evolution was the chain-home radar network, Britain's groundbreaking early warning system. Radar operators detected incoming enemy formations and relayed their positions to sector control centers, where controllers made critical decisions about fighter deployment. This technology allowed fighter command to scramble squadrons at the right time, from the right airfields, ensuring that aircraft intercepted enemy bombers in optimal positions. Radar alone, however, was insufficient. Effective interception required a delicate balance of timing, altitude advantage, and pilot coordination to maximize impact and minimize losses. The RAF developed new tactical doctrines based on the insights gained from previous engagements. Squadrons were organized into groups and sectors, with clear command structures to prevent confusion during high-speed encounters. Pilots learned to approach enemy formations with precision, focusing on critical points such as engines, fuel tanks, and bomb loads, rather than attacking indiscriminately. Coordinated attacks allowed smaller numbers of British fighters to inflict significant damage, often disrupting bomber formations and forcing retreat before they could reach their targets. Ground spotting and observation complemented radar detection. Volunteers and military personnel stationed along the coast identified aircraft visually, providing an additional layer of early warning. These observations were relayed quickly to sector control, allowing controllers to adjust interception strategies dynamically. The combination of radar and human observation created a multi-tiered defensive system, capable of directing squadrons with remarkable accuracy even under the stress of combat. Pilots gained invaluable experience as they adapted to Luftwaffe patterns and tactics. German formations tended to fly predictable routes, altitudes, and attack schedules, and RAF pilots learned to anticipate these movements. The development of rotation systems ensured that experienced airmen remained available for critical interceptions, while newer pilots gained exposure under controlled conditions. Lessons from each engagement informed the next, creating a feedback loop that continuously improved RAF effectiveness. Coordination between squadrons became another essential element. Multiple squadrons could be vectored to intercept the same enemy formation from different angles, creating overlapping fields of fire. Communication between aircraft, ground controllers, and radar stations allowed for synchronized attacks, reducing the risk of friendly fire and maximizing the pressure applied to the enemy. This level of coordination was unprecedented, demonstrating the RAF's ability to integrate technology, human skill, and tactical innovation in real time. The Luftwaffe, meanwhile, began to encounter the consequences of underestimating these adaptive tactics. German pilots found that bomber formations were no longer able to penetrate airspace with impunity. Interceptions occurred earlier and more efficiently, leading to higher attrition rates and disrupted bombing runs. The RAF's improved interception capabilities prevented the Luftwaffe from achieving air superiority, keeping critical airfields operational and preserving the defensive capacity of the island. The human factor in the art of interception cannot be overstated. Pilots endured grueling sorties, often engaging multiple waves of enemy aircraft in a single day. They relied on teamwork, discipline, and trust in ground controllers and radar operators to position themselves for maximum effectiveness. Ground crews worked tirelessly to repair aircraft, ensure fuel and ammunition availability, and support the pilots' relentless operational tempo. Civilians, witnessing the skill and determination of these airmen, drew courage from their efforts, further reinforcing national morale. Additionally, the RAF began to refine engagement tactics based on enemy type and formation. Fighters focused on disrupting bomber formations while avoiding prolonged duels with escorting fighters unless strategically advantageous. Altitude, speed, and approach angles were adjusted according to intelligence reports, radar data, and experience from prior missions. The ability to anticipate Luftwaffe strategies and react dynamically demonstrated that intelligence and adaptability were as decisive as firepower. The success of these interception strategies had far-reaching implications. They not only preserved Britain's air defenses but also laid the groundwork for modern air combat doctrine. The integration of radar, observation, and pilot coordination proved that technological advantage, when combined with human decision-making and tactical innovation, could overcome numerical inferiority. The lessons learned in this period would inform Allied air operations for the remainder of the war and beyond. In conclusion, the development of interception tactics during the Battle of Britain was a critical factor in the RAF's ability to resist the Luftwaffe. By combining radar detection, ground observation, precise pilot coordination, and adaptive strategies, Britain transformed a small, stretched air force into a highly effective defensive network. Pilots, ground crews, and controllers collectively demonstrated that ingenuity, teamwork, and resilience could counter the seemingly overwhelming might of Nazi Germany. The art of interception not only saved Britain from invasion but also established a legacy of tactical and technological innovation. It proved that a smaller force, equipped with foresight, strategy, and courage, could achieve decisive results against a larger, well-equipped opponent. In doing so, the RAF set the stage for future Allied victories in the air and cemented the Battle of Britain as a defining moment in modern military history, where the coordination of intelligence, technology, and human skill became the decisive shield for a nation under threat. In the relentless skies over southern England during the summer of 1940, both the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe faced their first major tests of endurance, skill, and strategic planning. The intensity of the aerial combat led to significant losses on both sides, with aircraft destroyed, experienced pilots killed or wounded, and a profound psychological toll affecting airmen and civilians alike. The Luftwaffe, confident in its ability to quickly subdue the British Isles, had underestimated the resilience, ingenuity, and coordination of the RAF. Their initial assumptions, that a series of heavy, concentrated raids would overwhelm Britain's air defenses, were proving dangerously flawed. German bombers, primarily Heinkel He-111s, Dornier Do-17s, and Junkers Ju-88s, were dispatched in large formations, often escorted by Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters. These raids aimed to destroy RAF airfields, aircraft on the ground, radar installations, and industrial targets. While the bombers inflicted some damage, their losses were mounting rapidly. British pilots, flying Hurricanes and Spitfires, had become increasingly adept at interception, using coordinated tactics developed over weeks of relentless combat. Each sortie involved split-second decision-making. Pilots needed to identify enemy aircraft, position themselves advantageously, and strike while avoiding the defensive fire of bombers and the escorts of fighters. The human cost was immense. Entire squadrons occasionally returned decimated, with replacements struggling to keep pace with attrition. The Luftwaffe's misjudgment of British air capacity became starkly evident during this period. German command had assumed that the RAF's numbers were limited and that their aircraft production would not withstand sustained attacks. In reality, Britain's decentralized network of airfields, rapid repair protocols, and continuous pilot training allowed the RAF to recover quickly from losses. Radar stations and ground controllers provided critical early warning, enabling British squadrons to intercept incoming raids efficiently. This integration of technology, strategy, and human skill meant that even when the Luftwaffe deployed hundreds of aircraft, they were met with well-coordinated resistance that often disrupted bombing formations and inflicted serious attrition on German crews. As the weeks passed, the cumulative losses for Germany began to tell. Experienced pilots, who formed the backbone of Luftwaffe tactical effectiveness, were increasingly difficult to replace. Each downed bomber or fighter reduced operational capacity, forcing adjustments in German attack strategies. Overconfidence in German superiority was tempered by the harsh realities of facing a well-prepared and adaptive adversary. The need for precision and careful coordination clashed with operational fatigue and the limitations of long-range sorties over hostile territory. Luftwaffe crews faced not only the threat of the enemy but also the logistical and psychological stresses of sustained operations far from their bases. Meanwhile, British forces began to draw confidence from their ability to withstand the German onslaught. Although losses were substantial, each successful interception and defended airfield reinforced the belief that the RAF could endure the Luftwaffe's attacks. Pilots adapted their strategies, learning to exploit weaknesses in bomber formations and anticipate the tactics of German fighter escorts. Squadrons coordinated in pairs and formations, optimizing defensive and offensive maneuvers. Ground crews, mechanics, and radar operators refined repair and communication protocols, ensuring that aircraft remained operational and sorties could be flown without delay. This combination of tactical learning, logistical support, and individual bravery allowed Britain to transform attrition into a strategic advantage, even in the face of heavy losses. Civilian populations, too, played a role in the unfolding dynamics. Blackouts, air raid precautions, and volunteer civil defense organizations mitigated the effects of bombing, enabling cities to function under extreme pressure. Citizens adapted to the constant threat of destruction, providing assistance in shelters, hospitals, and emergency services. Their resilience reinforced morale, ensuring that the psychological objectives of the Luftwaffe, namely, to erode confidence and break the national spirit, were largely unmet. The interaction between civilian perseverance and military effectiveness became a defining feature of Britain's defense during this period. The first major losses also highlighted the critical importance of coordination and adaptability. The RAF's ability to redirect squadrons based on radar reports, coordinate with anti-aircraft defenses, and rotate pilots efficiently allowed the Air Force to maintain a high operational tempo. Lessons learned from each engagement were applied rapidly, improving interception accuracy and reducing unnecessary exposure to risk. On the other hand, the Luftwaffe's failure to adapt to evolving British defenses meant that repeated errors compounded over time, amplifying their losses and eroding morale. The psychological effects of these early losses were profound for both sides. For German aircrews, the gap between expectation and reality became evident. Initial confidence gave way to frustration and fatigue, as experienced pilots were killed or forced to withdraw. The attritional nature of the engagements, combined with the unpredictability of British defenses, challenged their perception of dominance. Conversely, British pilots, though facing constant danger and fatigue, gained confidence from repeated successes. Each downed bomber or fighter validated training, tactics, and technology, reinforcing the belief that the Luftwaffe's superiority could be contested and overcome. Strategically, these losses marked a turning point. The Luftwaffe had hoped for swift air dominance, but the attritional pressures and cumulative setbacks prevented Germany from achieving decisive results. The RAF's ability to sustain operations despite losses ensured that airfields remained operational, aircraft continued to fly, and British morale held firm. Each engagement provided valuable data on enemy tactics, allowing further refinement of defensive strategies and giving the Allies a growing understanding of Luftwaffe operational patterns. The first major losses underscored the importance of resilience, technological integration, and tactical innovation in modern warfare. They demonstrated that a smaller, determined force, with effective use of intelligence and adaptive strategy, could withstand and even repel a numerically superior opponent. The combination of pilot skill, ground support, and civilian endurance created a synergistic defense network that frustrated the Luftwaffe's objectives and set the stage for Britain's eventual success. In conclusion, the initial heavy casualties of the Battle of Britain were not only a measure of the intensity of conflict but also a catalyst for learning and adaptation. Both sides experienced losses, yet the outcomes diverged. The Luftwaffe struggled under attrition and operational miscalculations, while the RAF transformed adversity into tactical and strategic strength. Pilots, ground crews, and civilians collectively contributed to Britain's ability to withstand one of the most concentrated aerial campaigns in history. This period illustrated that victory was not merely a product of numbers or firepower, but of coordination, ingenuity, and perseverance. The first major losses taught both the Germans and the British invaluable lessons about the realities of sustained air warfare, shaping the tactics, morale, and operational approaches that would define the remainder of the Battle of Britain and influence modern aerial combat strategy for decades to come. During the summer of 1940, as the Luftwaffe intensified its aerial campaign over southern England, London became the focal point of German attacks, marking a new and frightening phase in the Battle of Britain. The city, home to millions and a hub of government, industry, and morale, faced sustained bombing raids that tested the resilience of its civilians and the effectiveness of Britain's civil defense systems. These attacks were designed not only to damage infrastructure but also to weaken national morale, creating fear, chaos, and uncertainty among a population already living under the shadow of war. From the very first bombings, Londoners experienced the terror of modern aerial warfare. Explosions rocked neighborhoods, windows shattered under shockwaves, and incendiary bombs ignited fires that spread rapidly through tightly packed residential areas. Families sought refuge in air raid shelters, ranging from purpose-built underground stations to improvised basement bunkers. The shelters were crowded, often damp and uncomfortable, yet they offered a measure of safety in the midst of destruction. Mothers clutched children tightly, while men and women navigated the fear and confusion of sirens and blackout conditions, learning to endure the stress of repeated nighttime alarms and sudden daylight strikes. Evacuations became a crucial component of civil defense. Thousands of children were relocated to the countryside to escape the bombing, while essential workers and families who remained in the city had to navigate the challenges of daily life under constant threat. Streets were often blocked or damaged, public transportation was disrupted, and rationing of food and fuel added another layer of strain. Despite these hardships, emergency services, fire brigades, medical teams, and police worked tirelessly to respond to damage, tend to the wounded, and maintain order. The coordination of these services under extreme pressure showcased the importance of organized civilian effort in wartime defense. The role of information in maintaining morale was equally significant. Newspapers provided updates on bombings, RAF successes, and civil defense initiatives, while radio broadcasts offered guidance, reassurance, and encouragement. Propaganda was carefully managed to emphasize resilience, bravery, and unity, framing the raids not merely as destruction but as a collective challenge that could be overcome. Public messaging highlighted stories of heroism, pilots defending the skies, firefighters battling infernos, and ordinary citizens aiding neighbors, creating a narrative that reinforced national resolve. The constant bombardment and destruction placed immense psychological pressure on civilians. Families faced the loss of homes, the destruction of neighborhoods, and the grief of injured or killed loved ones. The pervasive fear was coupled with uncertainty about the future, creating an atmosphere of tension and anxiety. Yet, despite this, Londoners demonstrated remarkable endurance. They adhered to blackout regulations, participated in volunteer efforts, and continued to work and support the war effort. The city's collective determination allowed life to continue amidst chaos, ensuring that the Luftwaffe's attempts to demoralize the population largely failed. At the same time, the bombings provided crucial lessons for both military planners and civilian authorities. Emergency services learned to coordinate effectively under duress, optimizing response times, evacuation routes, and fire control procedures. Civilian defense training was improved, and shelters were better organized to maximize safety. The integration of civilian preparedness with military defense became a defining feature of Britain's resilience, demonstrating that the survival of a city under sustained attack depended not only on pilots and anti-aircraft guns but also on the organized participation of its inhabitants. The raids also reinforced the importance of morale as a strategic factor. Each successful interception of German bombers by the RAF, reported through media channels, reassured civilians that their efforts were meaningful and effective. Observing aircraft returning safely from engagements instilled confidence and a sense of security, however temporary. Morale, bolstered by collective action and visible success, became a crucial component of Britain's overall defense strategy, demonstrating that psychological resilience could be as decisive as physical protection. Furthermore, the bombings of London highlighted the interconnectedness of civilian and military spheres. Civilians who maintained shelters, assisted in rescue operations, or simply complied with blackout regulations were contributing directly to the effectiveness of Britain's air defenses. RAF pilots and ground crews could rely on the civilian population to sustain the infrastructure, maintain communications, and support recovery efforts. This synergy between civilians and the military created a multi-layered defensive network that was difficult for the Luftwaffe to penetrate, contributing to the ultimate failure of German efforts to achieve air supremacy. In summary, the early bombings of London tested the city's civilian population in ways that extended far beyond the immediate threat of destruction. Residents endured fear, disruption, and loss while maintaining daily routines, participating in civil defense, and sustaining morale through community and national solidarity. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and propaganda reinforced a narrative of courage and resilience, helping to transform terror into determination. The experiences of Londoners during this phase of the Battle of Britain underscore that total defense is a collective endeavor, integrating military skill, technological advantage, and civilian perseverance. While the Luftwaffe aimed to break the spirit of Britain, the steadfastness of the city's inhabitants, combined with the RAF's defensive operations, preserved both morale and operational capability. The legacy of this period lies not only in the survival of the city but in the demonstration that a united and resilient population can withstand even sustained and intense assault, ensuring that Britain remained unconquered and ready to continue the fight against Nazi Germany. By August and September of 1940, the Battle of Britain had escalated into a prolonged and intense conflict, marking one of the most critical periods of the war. The Luftwaffe, having failed to destroy the RAF's airfields and radar installations decisively, shifted its strategy toward urban centers and industrial hubs, hoping to cripple Britain's industrial output, demoralize the civilian population, and force the Royal Air Force into a defensive posture that would leave it vulnerable. London, Birmingham, Coventry, and other industrial cities became primary targets, while smaller towns and transport networks were also attacked to disrupt production and logistics. This strategic shift had profound consequences for both the defenders and the civilian population, testing endurance, skill, and morale on an unprecedented scale. RAF squadrons were stretched to the absolute limit during this period. Pilots flew multiple sorties per day, often returning to airfields with minimal rest, quickly refueling, rearming, and taking off again as new waves of Luftwaffe bombers approached. Hurricanes and Spitfires, though highly capable, were few in number relative to the volume of German aircraft attacking, which forced careful rotation and prioritization of resources. Ground crews worked tirelessly, repairing damaged aircraft, managing fuel and ammunition, and ensuring that operational readiness was maintained despite continuous bombardment. Every successful sortie and return of a fighter represented not only a tactical victory but also a morale boost for both pilots and the population on the ground. Intense dogfights over southern England became a daily occurrence. German bombers, escorted by fast Messerschmitt Bf 109 fighters, attempted to penetrate British airspace and strike critical targets. RAF pilots adapted quickly to these encounters, employing altitude advantages, coordinated formations, and defensive maneuvers that maximized the effectiveness of their smaller numbers. These aerial battles were not only a test of skill and training but also a demonstration of the courage and determination of the few, as they came to be called. Pilots risked their lives repeatedly, often facing waves of attackers that outnumbered them several times over, and their actions became a defining element of Britain's defensive strategy. The civilian population endured the psychological and physical strain of intensified attacks. Blackouts, air raid sirens, and shelter use became routine, yet the suddenness of night and day raids still inflicted terror and disruption. Evacuations were implemented for children and vulnerable populations, while volunteers assisted in civil defense efforts such as firefighting, rescue, and emergency medical aid. The attacks on urban centers brought the war directly into homes, workplaces, and neighborhoods, reinforcing the sense of a nation under siege. Despite this, the visible skill and effectiveness of RAF pilots defending cities helped maintain morale and fostered a sense of collective participation in the defense of the country. The Luftwaffe's strategy of targeting industrial and civilian centers revealed both its strengths and vulnerabilities. While German bombers caused destruction and occasional disruption of production, they were increasingly vulnerable to interception due to British radar, tactical coordination, and effective fighter deployment. Attrition among experienced Luftwaffe pilots grew, particularly as RAF tactics improved. The German assumption that sustained bombing would force Britain into submission was gradually undermined by the resilience of British forces, the rapid repair of infrastructure, and the continued ability to field operational squadrons. This phase also highlighted the importance of intelligence and adaptation. RAF commanders analyzed patterns of German attacks, adjusted fighter deployment strategies, and refined tactics for intercepting bombers effectively. Pilots learned to anticipate Luftwaffe maneuvers, exploit weaknesses in formations, and optimize their limited resources. Ground crews synchronized with radar operators and sector controllers, ensuring a seamless integration of detection, deployment, and engagement. These adaptations allowed Britain to maximize the effectiveness of every sortie and minimize losses, despite facing an enemy that had previously enjoyed numerical superiority. Strategically, the intensified raids in August and September served as a stress test for Britain's defense network. The RAF's ability to absorb sustained attacks, preserve operational airfields, and maintain morale under extreme pressure demonstrated the effectiveness of integrated defense, where technology, human skill, and leadership were combined to create a resilient system. Civilian resilience complemented military operations, providing logistical support, shelter management, and social cohesion that allowed the nation to endure the constant threat of bombing. The dogfights and sorties of this period illustrated the human dimension of warfare. Pilots displayed extraordinary bravery, often choosing to engage despite fatigue, low fuel, or overwhelming odds. Their skill and courage disrupted German bombing formations, reduced damage to key infrastructure, and inflicted significant losses on enemy aircrews. Ground crews, operating under dangerous and exhausting conditions, kept aircraft flying and prepared for the next wave. Civilians contributed through volunteer work and adherence to blackout regulations, creating a network of defense that extended beyond the military into every aspect of society. By the end of September, the RAF had begun to gain the psychological upper hand. German bombing campaigns, though still destructive, no longer achieved their intended effect of breaking British morale or crippling air defenses. The Luftwaffe's losses mounted, experienced pilots became increasingly scarce, and the limitations of overextended operations became clear. Britain's combination of strategic intelligence, tactical adaptation, and civilian endurance had shifted the momentum, creating the conditions for a turning point in the Battle of Britain. In conclusion, the intensification of the battle during August and September 1940 demonstrated the resilience, ingenuity, and courage of Britain's defenders. RAF squadrons, stretched to the limit, adapted tactics, coordinated effectively with radar and ground control, and leveraged intelligence to counter the Luftwaffe's assaults. Civilians, through endurance, organization, and cooperation, sustained a nation and helped maintain morale. The fierce dogfights, the coordination of resources, and the unwavering commitment of the few ensured that Britain remained unconquered. This period cemented the Battle of Britain as a defining moment in modern warfare, illustrating that skill, determination, and innovation could offset numerical disadvantage. The heroism of pilots, the diligence of ground crews, and the perseverance of civilians collectively created a defensive system capable of withstanding Germany's most aggressive aerial campaign, preserving the nation, and setting the stage for Allied victory in the skies. By late September 1940, the Battle of Britain had reached a pivotal phase, as the dynamics of aerial warfare began to favor the defenders. British intelligence, having analyzed previous Luftwaffe raids, identified crucial weaknesses in German tactics, including predictable flight paths, formation vulnerabilities, and timing patterns that could be exploited. This understanding allowed the RAF to refine its defensive approach, introducing coordinated squadron tactics and optimized deployment of aircraft across key sectors, ensuring that each engagement maximized effectiveness while minimizing unnecessary risk. RAF pilots, now experienced from weeks of continuous combat, applied these lessons with precision. Squadrons flew in tightly coordinated formations, exchanging information mid-flight, and using altitude advantage, sun positioning, and speed to outmaneuver the faster but less adaptable German bombers and fighters. Ground controllers, aided by radar intelligence from the chain home network, vectored fighters to the optimal interception points, ensuring that aircraft were always deployed where they could have the greatest impact. This integration of intelligence, human skill, and technology demonstrated the RAF's growing operational sophistication. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe's overextension began to show. German pilots faced increasingly long sorties from bases in France and the Low Countries, often with insufficient fighter escort or fuel reserves for prolonged engagements. Bombers were forced to carry heavier loads over longer distances, increasing vulnerability to interception. The attrition of experienced crews, combined with the psychological toll of repeated losses, started to erode German effectiveness. Luftwaffe mistakes, such as repeated attacks on already damaged airfields or failure to adapt tactics in response to RAF interceptions, revealed a growing strategic rigidity in their approach. Civilians in Britain also felt the indirect impact of these adjustments. RAF success in intercepting raids meant that fewer bombs reached urban centers, slightly alleviating pressure on emergency services and maintaining morale. The visible results of improved tactics, planes shot down, bombers turned away, reinforced public confidence that the nation could endure, despite ongoing hardships and nightly alarms. Civil defense measures, from shelters to volunteer services, continued to function efficiently, complementing the improved performance of fighter command. This period underscored a crucial lesson: the combination of intelligence, adaptation, and coordination could offset numerical or technological superiority. RAF pilots learned to anticipate Luftwaffe patterns, rotate squadrons effectively, and exploit terrain and weather conditions, while ground crews maintained operational readiness. German strategic errors, such as underestimating British resilience and overcommitting to repetitive attack patterns, allowed the defenders to strike decisively, gradually shifting the balance in the skies. By the end of this phase, Britain had established the foundations for a sustainable defensive advantage. The RAF's ability to integrate lessons learned, adapt tactics, and maintain high morale ensured that airfields, production facilities, and civilian populations were increasingly protected. The Luftwaffe's failure to adjust in real time, combined with logistical strain and rising pilot casualties, meant that the prospect of achieving air superiority, and, by extension, invasion, was slipping further out of German grasp. In conclusion, the turning point approached as the RAF's adaptation exploited German mistakes. Coordinated tactics, intelligence-driven deployment, and efficient resource management allowed Britain to withstand sustained Luftwaffe attacks. The combination of pilot skill, ground support, and civilian endurance transformed the outcome of the aerial conflict, demonstrating that flexibility and resilience could overcome a seemingly superior opponent. The lessons learned during this period not only ensured Britain's survival but also set a precedent for modern air defense, showing that strategy, adaptability, and integration of human and technological resources were decisive in warfare. By the autumn of 1940, after months of attempting to gain air superiority over Britain, the Luftwaffe shifted its strategy. Recognizing that RAF airfields and infrastructure had proven resilient, German commanders turned their focus toward civilian centers, particularly London, as a means to break morale and pressure the government into submission. The Blitz, as this phase became known, marked a deliberate targeting of urban populations, signaling a psychological as well as military assault. Nighttime raids became the new norm, exploiting darkness to minimize losses while maximizing terror, while daytime operations continued against military targets to maintain pressure on fighter command. Londoners found their routines disrupted by the wail of air raid sirens, the glow of incendiary bombs, and the sudden crash of explosions across neighborhoods. Families crowded into shelters, improvising spaces in basements, subway stations, and public bunkers. Civilians faced the relentless anxiety of not knowing when or where the next attack would strike, all while maintaining essential services and supporting the war effort. Blackouts were enforced rigorously, with streetlights extinguished and homes darkened to deny targets to enemy bombers. Volunteers patrolled neighborhoods, assisted in emergency medical care, and coordinated firefighting efforts when incendiary bombs ignited homes and businesses. Despite the fear and destruction, morale among civilians remained remarkably resilient. Reports of downed enemy aircraft, RAF victories in the skies, and the ability of Londoners to endure nightly attacks provided psychological reinforcement. Families celebrated small successes, such as the safe return of air raid wardens or the survival of neighbors' homes, which fostered a collective sense of perseverance. This shared endurance became a crucial element in Britain's ability to withstand the Blitz, as the German strategy relied as much on terror as on physical destruction. RAF squadrons maintained operational superiority during daytime engagements, intercepting bombing raids and targeting incoming formations with increasing efficiency. The experience gained over previous months allowed British pilots to predict Luftwaffe tactics, respond quickly to threats, and conserve resources, ensuring that daytime raids remained less effective than the Germans had hoped. Coordinated efforts with radar operators, ground observers, and anti-aircraft defenses amplified the RAF's ability to inflict losses on enemy forces, even as night raids inflicted physical and psychological damage on the civilian population. The combination of nighttime bombings and daytime interceptions illustrated the multidimensional nature of the conflict. While the Luftwaffe sought to demoralize and wear down the population, the RAF ensured that strategic military targets were protected, limiting long-term damage to airfields, factories, and supply networks. The interplay between civilian endurance and military defense demonstrated how the population itself became a part of the defensive network, with courage, coordination, and community efforts serving as critical elements of Britain's overall resilience. Losses were significant on both sides. Civilians suffered fatalities, injuries, and displacement, while homes, infrastructure, and transportation networks were damaged. The RAF lost aircraft and pilots in daily engagements, but their effective tactics minimized the impact of the Blitz on Britain's operational capabilities. The Luftwaffe, despite causing destruction, increasingly faced attrition, as pilots were lost and bomber formations weakened. Over time, the balance of power in the air began to favor the defenders, demonstrating that perseverance and adaptation could counter a numerically superior foe. The Blitz also had lasting social and cultural effects. Communities organized to support one another, children were evacuated from high-risk areas, and volunteer organizations grew in importance. Stories of bravery, firefighters rushing into burning buildings, civilians rescuing neighbors, and pilots risking everything in aerial combat, became part of the national narrative, fostering unity and reinforcing the Dunkirk spirit that had emerged earlier in the war. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and government propaganda emphasized resilience, turning fear into collective determination and creating a psychological bulwark against German aims. Strategically, the Luftwaffe's shift to civilian targets ultimately failed to achieve its primary objective. While destruction and casualties were high, the population's morale remained intact. The RAF continued to operate effectively, and the industrial base, though damaged, remained productive. Hitler's assumption that terror alone could compel surrender proved incorrect. The resilience of the civilian population, combined with the tactical prowess of the RAF, ensured that Britain could continue resisting and preparing for future engagements, including the extended air campaign that would eventually lead to Germany's strategic defeat. In conclusion, the Blitz marked a period in the Battle of Britain where civilian courage and military skill were equally critical. Nighttime raids inflicted fear and destruction, yet the perseverance and adaptability of Londoners, combined with the RAF's continued daytime air superiority, allowed Britain to endure. The Luftwaffe's strategy of targeting civilian morale failed to break the nation, instead highlighting the synergy between civilian endurance and military resilience. The lessons of this period underscore that in modern total warfare, the population itself becomes a component of defense, and victory is determined as much by psychological and societal resilience as by aircraft and bombs. Through perseverance, innovation, and unity, Britain weathered the Blitz, demonstrating that even under relentless pressure and widespread destruction, a population united with its military could resist, adapt, and prevail, setting the stage for the eventual turning of the tide in the Battle of Britain. In the heart of 1940, as the Battle of Britain raged across the skies of southern England, the story of the conflict became inseparable from the men who flew in its defense. Fighter command, stretched to its limits, relied not only on numbers and technology but on the skill, courage, and ingenuity of its pilots, the heroes who would come to be known simply as the few. These airmen faced overwhelming odds, flying Hurricanes and Spitfires against waves of Luftwaffe bombers and fighters in relentless dogfights. Each sortie was a test of endurance, precision, and bravery, and each pilot carried the weight of Britain's survival on his shoulders. The personal stories of these pilots illuminate both the human cost and the extraordinary courage required during this period. Young men, often barely out of training, found themselves thrust into life-and-death situations, facing enemies who had superior numbers and, in some cases, more advanced aircraft. A single engagement could last mere minutes yet feel like hours, as pilots maneuvered through flak, enemy fighters, and the constant threat of mechanical failure. Fatigue quickly became a critical factor. Many flew multiple sorties in a single day, returning to airfields only briefly to refuel, rearm, and assess damage before heading back into combat. The relentless pace tested not just their physical endurance but also their mental resilience, as the possibility of death was never far from mind. One such pilot might be a young Hurricane pilot stationed at Nordholt, navigating through cloud and smoke, scanning the horizon for the approaching formations of Heinkel and Junkers bombers. Using experience, instinct, and tactical training, he would guide his aircraft into position, diving and climbing, attempting to break up the enemy formations while avoiding return fire. Every maneuver demanded precision, and every engagement carried immense personal risk. The consequences of error were often fatal. Yet these pilots repeatedly returned to the sky, driven by duty, loyalty to comrades, and the knowledge that Britain's survival depended on their efforts. The ingenuity of these airmen was as critical as their bravery. Pilots quickly learned to anticipate Luftwaffe tactics, exploiting predictable flight patterns, coordination gaps, and vulnerabilities in bomber formations. High-altitude diving attacks on bomber engine nacelles, coordinated team maneuvers, and the use of the sun as a visual shield became part of the RAF's evolving tactical repertoire. Each day in the air provided new lessons, and the rapid adaptation to enemy strategies highlighted the intellectual as well as physical demands of aerial combat. Ground crews, radar operators, and controllers were essential partners in this endeavor, providing information, repair support, and guidance that allowed pilots to maximize effectiveness while minimizing losses. The human cost of these engagements was severe. Pilots faced the ever-present danger of injury, death, or capture. Mechanical failures, enemy fire, and navigational errors could all result in disaster. Each loss was felt acutely, as surviving pilots continued to fight with the knowledge that their friends and colleagues might not return. Despite these challenges, morale was sustained through camaraderie, disciplined leadership, and the shared understanding of the stakes involved. The bravery displayed in repeated sorties against a superior enemy became a defining feature of the RAF, cementing its reputation and inspiring both military and civilian populations alike. Stories of individual pilots illustrate both heroism and humanity. Some gained fame for particularly daring feats, such as intercepting enemy formations single-handedly or guiding damaged aircraft safely back to base. Others, less known, performed countless sorties quietly, ensuring that key airfields and cities remained defended. The collective contribution of these men, often working in teams and under continuous pressure, turned the tide of engagements in favor of Britain. Each victory, whether measured by downed aircraft or disrupted raids, represented a combination of courage, skill, and coordinated effort. the influence of these airmen extended beyond the immediate tactical outcomes. Their successes boosted morale on the ground, reassuring civilians that the skies were being defended and that the Luftwaffe could be resisted. Reports of bravery circulated through newspapers, broadcasts, and word of mouth, reinforcing the notion that every pilot's effort mattered. These stories became a symbol of national endurance, demonstrating that individual acts of valor could have far-reaching strategic and psychological effects. As the weeks progressed, the RAF pilots refined their approaches. Rotations allowed recovery time while maintaining operational effectiveness, and lessons learned in earlier dogfights were applied immediately. Pilots shared knowledge and techniques, ensuring that less experienced airmen could benefit from the wisdom of veterans. This culture of continuous improvement under pressure enhanced the overall resilience of Britain's air defense network, allowing it to absorb the increasing pressure of the Luftwaffe and maintain operational superiority. Ultimately, the courage and ingenuity of these pilots were pivotal in shaping the outcome of the Battle of Britain. While technology, intelligence, and ground-based coordination were critical, it was the human element, the skill, bravery, and adaptability of the men in the cockpits that often determined the success of individual sorties and, cumulatively, the defense of the nation. Their actions ensured that airfields remained operational, cities were protected, and the threat of German air superiority was continuously challenged. In conclusion, the heroes of the air during this critical phase embodied the combination of skill, determination, and personal sacrifice necessary to resist a formidable enemy. Their daring missions, often undertaken in the face of extreme danger, directly influenced the trajectory of the Battle of Britain and the broader war. The human cost was profound, but the impact of their courage and ingenuity was immeasurable, ensuring that Britain could survive, endure, and ultimately prevail in the skies over its homeland. Through their efforts, the RAF transformed adversity into advantage, establishing a legacy of resilience, innovation, and heroism that would inspire generations to come. During the intense months of the Battle of Britain, the ability of the RAF to keep aircraft operational and maintain effective defense became just as critical as the skill of the pilots themselves. Behind every daring sortie flown by the Hurricanes and Spitfires, there were countless hours of work performed by maintenance crews, engineers, and logistics personnel. These unsung heroes worked tirelessly around the clock, often under the threat of Luftwaffe raids, to repair damaged planes, manage fuel and ammunition, and ensure that each aircraft could return to the skies quickly. Their expertise and dedication directly impacted the RAF's ability to sustain continuous air operations, especially as German attacks grew in frequency and intensity. Aircraft maintenance was a complex and demanding process. Planes returning from sorties often suffered bullet damage, mechanical failures, or were from repeated high-speed maneuvers. Crews had to replace engines, repair control surfaces, fix landing gear, and ensure weapons systems were operational, sometimes within hours, to allow pilots to fly subsequent missions. The pressure was immense, delays could leave sectors undefended, and errors could be fatal. Working in open air or makeshift hangars, with fuel shortages and damaged equipment, these teams exemplified ingenuity and endurance. Improvised solutions, rapid improvisation, and meticulous attention to detail were required to keep the fleet functional under relentless strain. In parallel with mechanical maintenance, Britain's radar and early warning systems were refined to improve detection and response. The Chain Home Network, a pioneering radar system along the southern and eastern coasts, allowed controllers to detect incoming Luftwaffe formations at great distances. Information from radar was combined with visual spotting and intelligence reports to direct fighter squadrons precisely where they were needed. Adjustments in radar calibration, operator training, and communication protocols ensured that interception orders were timely, accurate, and efficient. This integration of technology and human skill allowed the RAF to concentrate defensive efforts effectively, even when facing overwhelming numbers of enemy aircraft. Logistical coordination became another critical element in sustaining operations. Fighter Command had to manage the distribution of aircraft across multiple airfields, ensuring that damaged planes were repaired and redeployed efficiently. Fuel, ammunition, and spare parts had to be rationed and allocated strategically to maximize defensive coverage. Ground personnel coordinated closely with pilots, radar operators, and intelligence officers to maintain a continuous operational tempo, allowing Britain to respond to Luftwaffe raids quickly and decisively. Each link in this chain, from supply depots to repair crews to operational squadrons, was essential in maintaining a cohesive and resilient air defense. The cumulative effect of these efforts was evident in the RAF's ability to repel successive German attacks despite being numerically inferior. Where the Luftwaffe expected rapid attrition of British aircraft to produce air superiority, the combination of skilled pilots and effective maintenance, early warning, and logistical management mitigated losses and preserved operational capability. The coordination between these elements created a force multiplier, allowing the RAF to engage enemy formations with well-prepared squadrons and minimize gaps in coverage. Civilian morale was indirectly affected by these innovations and logistical successes. News of operational aircraft returning safely to airfields, or of Luftwaffe bombers intercepted before reaching cities, reinforced public confidence. Civil defense volunteers, who assisted with blackout enforcement and emergency response, drew inspiration from the visible effectiveness of the RAF. The interplay between technical innovation, human labor, and societal support became a cornerstone of Britain's defensive strategy, demonstrating that modern warfare required a multidimensional approach beyond combat pilots alone. These months also underscored the importance of adaptation under pressure. Maintenance crews developed faster repair techniques, radar operators improved detection and tracking accuracy, and logistical officers refined distribution and allocation strategies. Each innovation, born from necessity, increased the RAF's ability to sustain continuous operations and respond effectively to evolving Luftwaffe tactics. This period demonstrated that strategic advantage in warfare could be achieved not only through firepower but through efficient organization, technological exploitation, and the human capacity to innovate under extreme stress. In conclusion, the Battle of Britain was won not solely in the air but through the relentless work of those who maintained the infrastructure of defense. Maintenance crews ensured aircraft readiness, radar and early warning systems provided the intelligence backbone, and logistical coordination allowed squadrons to respond with precision. These efforts transformed limited resources into a formidable and resilient defensive network. The story of supply and innovation illustrates that in modern conflict, the ability to sustain operations, adapt rapidly, and coordinate multiple layers of defense is as critical as battlefield courage. By integrating technology, human skill, and organizational efficiency, Britain maintained operational readiness, preserved morale, and secured the skies against a powerful adversary, laying the foundation for ultimate victory in the Battle of Britain. By the close of the summer of 1940, the Luftwaffe's campaign over Britain began to show signs of strain and strategic failure. After months of continuous operations intended to achieve air supremacy, the German Air Force had inflicted damage on British airfields, radar installations, and industrial targets, but it had failed to deliver the decisive blow necessary to cripple Fighter Command. The combination of pilot attrition, overextension of forces, misjudged targets, and the RAF's adaptability gradually eroded German effectiveness, allowing Britain to maintain control of its skies and secure its defensive network. From the outset, the Luftwaffe relied on concentrated bombing raids to overwhelm British defenses. However, the sheer intensity of operations led to rapid attrition among experienced pilots and aircraft, weakening Germany's offensive capability over time. Losses in both bombers and fighter escorts were sustained at a rate that outpaced the Luftwaffe's ability to replace trained crews. The operational demands of flying multiple sorties over hostile territory, navigating through unpredictable weather, and engaging increasingly capable RAF pilots took a cumulative toll on German effectiveness. Each lost aircraft or veteran pilot diminished the Luftwaffe's ability to project sustained force, leaving formations more vulnerable and reducing operational flexibility. The German strategy also suffered from overextension and logistical limitations. Bases in northern France and the Low Countries required long flight paths to reach British targets, stretching fuel reserves, maintenance support, and communications. Extended supply lines made rapid replacement and repair of aircraft more difficult, while the concentration of German forces on particular sectors left other areas less protected, allowing the RAF to recover and respond effectively. Miscalculated target selection, sometimes focusing on lightly defended urban centers or infrastructure that could be repaired quickly, meant that even successful raids did not yield the strategic advantage Germany sought. In parallel, the RAF demonstrated resilience and strategic adaptation that countered these German efforts. Radar detection and ground control networks allowed fighter squadrons to intercept incoming raids efficiently, often before bombers reached critical targets. Pilots, honed by weeks of combat, refined tactics for engaging bombers and their escorts, maximizing damage while minimizing risk. Aircraft were rotated strategically to prevent fatigue, and damaged planes were repaired rapidly, ensuring continued operational capability. Each successful interception not only prevented destruction but also eroded Luftwaffe morale, highlighting the limits of German planning and assumptions. Civilian resilience further amplified the impact of RAF successes. Londoners and other city residents adapted to blackout regulations, air raid shelters, and emergency procedures, mitigating the psychological impact of German attacks. Stories of courage and ingenuity among volunteers, firefighting crews, and medical personnel reinforced the notion that the nation as a whole was resisting the Luftwaffe, not merely its military forces. This social cohesion created a synergistic defense in which the civilian population actively contributed to national security, further undermining German objectives. By late September, it became clear that the Luftwaffe had failed to achieve air superiority, the cornerstone of Hitler's planned invasion. Fighter command remained operational, protecting airfields, cities, and industrial targets, while German losses continued to mount. The cumulative effect of sustained attrition, combined with the RAF's effective adaptation, meant that the Luftwaffe could no longer mount continuous, effective offensives without incurring catastrophic losses. This failure forced German commanders to reconsider their objectives, ultimately shifting to less decisive nighttime bombing campaigns against urban centers, the beginnings of what would become the Blitz. The Luftwaffe's faltering also revealed the strategic importance of integrated defense systems. Britain's success was not solely the result of pilot skill but of the coordinated interaction between radar, ground controllers, anti-aircraft units, maintenance crews, and civilian efforts. Each element reinforced the others, creating a resilient network capable of absorbing repeated attacks. The failure of German strategy lay in its underestimation of this integration, combined with a misjudgment of the psychological and operational endurance of both pilots and civilians. Ultimately, the first months of aerial conflict over Britain demonstrated that numerical superiority and technological might alone were insufficient to achieve victory. Strategic errors by the Luftwaffe, coupled with the RAF's adaptability, ensured that Germany's initial advantage was steadily eroded. Pilot losses, overextended supply lines, and ineffective targeting meant that even as raids continued, Germany could not decisively weaken Britain's air defenses or morale. In conclusion, the Luftwaffe's failure to achieve air supremacy during this critical period of the Battle of Britain marked a turning point in the air campaign. German losses, miscalculations, and overextension, combined with the RAF's resilience and strategic adaptation, preserved Britain's defensive capability and morale. The inability of the Luftwaffe to decisively dominate the skies demonstrated the limits of aggression without adaptability and highlighted the importance of coordinated, integrated defense. Britain's success in holding the skies set the stage for the eventual stalemate that would ensure its survival and provide a model of effective modern air defense in the face of overwhelming force. By the latter part of 1940, the Battle of Britain had reached a decisive phase as the RAF began to gain momentum, marking a critical shift in the aerial struggle. British squadrons, refined through months of continuous combat, were increasingly able to intercept and defeat Luftwaffe formations before they could inflict significant damage. Improved tactics, operational coordination, and the effective use of radar and ground controllers allowed fighter command to engage enemy bombers with greater precision, concentrating efforts where German forces were most vulnerable. The cumulative effect of these successful interceptions became apparent in the escalating losses suffered by the Luftwaffe. German bombers, previously the backbone of the offensive, were increasingly destroyed or forced to abort missions under sustained RAF pressure. Fighter escorts also suffered significant casualties, reducing the Luftwaffe's ability to protect subsequent raids. Attrition among experienced German aircrews began to take its toll, diminishing operational efficiency and morale. The sustained success of British defenses highlighted a growing imbalance in favor of the RAF, showing that tactical skill and strategic coordination could outweigh numerical advantage. RAF pilots, bolstered by these successes, developed confidence in their abilities and in the coordination with ground control and radar systems. Knowledge gained from previous engagements allowed pilots to anticipate enemy movements, exploit weaknesses in bomber formations, and optimize interception angles. Coordination among squadrons, combined with rapid communication between controllers and pilots, enhanced response times and allowed British forces to maximize the effectiveness of each sortie. Ground crews worked tirelessly to repair and maintain aircraft, ensuring that operational readiness remained high despite heavy operational tempo. Civilians also felt the impact of this turning tide. While nightly raids continued, reports of downed enemy aircraft and thwarted bombing attempts bolstered public morale. The visible demonstration that German air attacks could be countered effectively reinforced national confidence. Londoners and other city residents adapted to blackout procedures, participated in volunteer civil defense organizations, and contributed to emergency response efforts, understanding that their resilience played a tangible role in the broader defensive network. The Luftwaffe, confronted with mounting losses and the inability to achieve air superiority, faced strategic constraints. Overextended supply lines, exhausted crews, and the attrition of experienced pilots limited the effectiveness of successive raids. German commanders recognized the increasing difficulty of maintaining continuous pressure, and the operational strain began to erode the Luftwaffe's confidence and coordination. This period exposed the limits of the German strategy, emphasizing that sustained attacks without adaptation would eventually falter against a determined and coordinated defense. Strategically, the RAF's gains translated into both tangible and psychological advantages. Intercepted formations meant fewer bombs reached critical targets, preserving airfields, infrastructure, and industrial production. The ability to repel raids boosted pilot morale, reinforcing their determination to engage successive waves of enemy aircraft. Similarly, civilian confidence was strengthened, creating a feedback loop where public support and resilience contributed to the operational effectiveness of fighter command. The success of Britain's air defense became increasingly self-reinforcing, demonstrating the interplay between military efficiency and civilian perseverance in total defense. By the end of this phase, the turning tide of the Battle of Britain was unmistakable. German losses were accumulating faster than replacements could be trained and deployed, while the RAF's operational capability and tactical sophistication continued to grow. The previously dominant Luftwaffe now faced attrition, logistical challenges, and declining morale, while British pilots gained experience, confidence, and efficiency. Civilians, bolstered by visible successes in defense, maintained morale despite the ongoing raids, ensuring that the population continued to support the war effort fully. This period underscored several critical lessons in modern warfare: tactical adaptation, intelligence utilization, technological integration, and morale management are as decisive as numerical strength. The RAF's ability to combine these elements allowed Britain to not only survive the Luftwaffe's onslaught but to begin turning the momentum of the battle in its favor. The synergy between aircrew skill, ground coordination, and civilian endurance proved essential in sustaining an effective defensive network and repelling a superior enemy force. In conclusion, the Battle of Britain's later months marked the moment when the RAF began to dominate the skies, demonstrating that resilience, skill, and strategic coordination could overcome numerical and technological disadvantage. British squadrons increasingly intercepted Luftwaffe formations, inflicting heavy losses and reducing the effectiveness of enemy bombing raids. This shift directly bolstered morale among pilots and civilians alike, reinforcing confidence in Britain's capacity to defend itself. The turning tide illustrated the critical role of integrated defense, adaptation, and human courage, ensuring that the nation could withstand Germany's aerial offensive and setting the stage for eventual Allied success in the skies over Britain. As the Battle of Britain progressed into the late summer and early autumn of 1940, the RAF recognized that survival and success would require innovation as much as courage. Fighter Command undertook significant changes in tactics and operational organization to maximize the effectiveness of their limited resources against the numerically superior Luftwaffe. One key innovation was the introduction of improved squadron rotations, which ensured that experienced pilots were always available for critical sorties while reducing fatigue and maintaining operational readiness. By systematically rotating squadrons between combat missions, rest periods, and reserve duties, the RAF preserved the endurance and morale of its pilots, allowing them to engage in high-tempo operations over sustained periods. Alongside personnel management, tactical innovations were implemented to enhance air combat effectiveness. Pilots flew in coordinated formations designed to provide mutual support and maximize firepower. Head-on attacks, climbing attacks from above, and flanking maneuvers were employed to exploit weaknesses in German bomber formations and their fighter escorts. Pilots were trained to anticipate Luftwaffe strategies based on intelligence reports and previous encounters, which increased interception success rates and reduced unnecessary losses. The continuous refinement of aerial tactics transformed each engagement into a more controlled, calculated encounter, giving British pilots a decisive edge even when outnumbered. Technological integration played a crucial role in amplifying the effectiveness of these tactical changes. The chain-home radar system allowed early detection of incoming Luftwaffe formations, giving Fighter Command precious minutes to vector squadrons to optimal interception points. Radar operators coordinated with ground controllers and sector stations to provide real-time guidance, ensuring that pilots engaged enemy aircraft efficiently. Communication networks between airfields, observation posts, and control centers were improved, enabling rapid dissemination of intelligence and tactical adjustments. The integration of radar and communications with tactical innovations in squadron deployment created a sophisticated, responsive defense network that consistently challenged German attacks. The adaptive strategies implemented by the RAF proved particularly effective against Luftwaffe pilots, who initially relied on predictable formations and attack patterns. German bombers and fighter escorts struggled to adjust to the British approach of concentrated, coordinated interceptions. The increased efficiency of British tactics, combined with early warning from radar, meant that Luftwaffe formations were frequently engaged before reaching primary targets. Bombers were often forced to release ordnance prematurely or retreat under concentrated fighter attack, reducing the destructive impact of the raids. German losses mounted, and the cumulative effect of attrition began to diminish their operational capacity and morale. The human factor remained central to the success of these innovations. Pilots, having undergone extensive training, executed tactics with precision under the pressure of combat. Ground crews ensured that aircraft were repaired quickly and returned to service without delay, while controllers monitored multiple airspace sectors, dynamically allocating resources to the areas of greatest threat. This synergy of human skill, technological innovation, and tactical adaptation allowed Britain to maintain a resilient air defense despite the numerical superiority of the Luftwaffe. Civilians, too, indirectly benefited from these innovations. The improved interception and defense capabilities meant fewer bombs reached critical urban centers, preserving lives and infrastructure. Morale among the population was bolstered by visible evidence of RAF effectiveness, including reports of downed German aircraft and thwarted raids. Public confidence in Britain's ability to withstand the Luftwaffe was reinforced, demonstrating the importance of civilian perception in sustaining a nation's defensive effort. Moreover, the integration of tactics and technology allowed the RAF to learn and adapt quickly. Each engagement provided new insights into Luftwaffe strategy, allowing commanders to refine squadron assignments, interception methods, and pilot deployment. This feedback loop ensured continuous improvement in operational efficiency, gradually turning the Luftwaffe's initial advantage into a liability. German pilots, facing increasingly coordinated and adaptive opposition, found it more difficult to achieve their objectives, further compounding losses and weakening the strategic impact of their raids. Strategically, the innovations implemented during this phase of the battle ensured that the RAF could sustain operations over the long term. By combining rotational pilot management, advanced tactics, and technological integration, Britain transformed its limited air force into a highly responsive, resilient defensive network. This approach minimized the impact of attrition, maximized engagement effectiveness, and allowed fighter command to adapt to evolving threats, ensuring that air superiority remained contested rather than conceded. In conclusion, the period marked by innovation in the skies highlighted the critical role of adaptability, coordination, and technological integration in modern aerial warfare. Fighter commands improved squadron rotations, refined tactics, and the effective use of radar and communication networks created a highly resilient defensive system capable of countering the Luftwaffe's assaults. German pilots, facing this adaptive and coordinated opposition, struggled to achieve their strategic objectives, while the RAF maintained operational superiority, protected civilians, and sustained morale. These innovations were decisive in shaping the trajectory of the Battle of Britain. The combination of human skill, technology, and tactical flexibility ensured that Britain could withstand sustained attacks, demonstrating that air power alone is insufficient without strategic adaptation, coordination, and the ingenuity to exploit both intelligence and human resources effectively. The legacy of these measures established a template for integrated air defense that would influence military strategy well beyond World War II. By the autumn of 1940, as the Battle of Britain entered its most intense phases, the quest for air supremacy exacted a profound human and material cost on both the RAF and the Luftwaffe. Continuous sorties, relentless dogfights, and sustained bombing campaigns placed pilots, ground crews, and support personnel under extreme stress, testing their physical endurance and psychological resilience to the limits. Each day of combat brought losses in aircraft, experienced aircrew, and logistical resources, highlighting that control of the skies demanded not only skill and tactics but extraordinary human perseverance. RAF and Luftwaffe pilots alike faced the relentless pressure of repeated missions. For British pilots, fatigue became a constant companion. Many flew multiple sorties per day, engaging in high-intensity dogfights, intercepting incoming bombers, and defending critical airfields and cities. Each mission required rapid judgment, coordination with squadron members, and precise control of their aircraft under the threat of enemy fire. Beyond the immediate danger, pilots had to contend with extreme mental and emotional stress, knowing that a single miscalculation could be fatal and that comrades might not return from the same sortie. These conditions demanded courage and focus far beyond ordinary expectations, forging a cadre of airmen hardened by adversity. Mechanical failures added another layer of peril. RAF aircraft, often flown at the edge of their operational limits, required constant maintenance. Engines overheated or failed, weapons jammed, and control surfaces were damaged during high-speed maneuvers. Ground crews worked tirelessly to repair and refit planes, frequently under the threat of bombardment or air raids themselves. Their efforts were essential to maintain operational readiness. Without them, the RAF's ability to contest the skies would have deteriorated rapidly. The Luftwaffe faced similar challenges. Long-range missions from bases in France and the Low Countries stretched aircraft capabilities, with fuel shortages, engine strain, and weather-induced complications increasing operational hazards. Attrition from combat, combined with wear and tear, eroded German effectiveness over time. The Luftwaffe, in particular, suffered the consequences of overconfidence and strategic miscalculation. High casualty rates among pilots and the loss of experienced bomber crews undermined operational efficiency. New recruits, less trained and less familiar with the realities of sustained combat over Britain, were sent into dangerous engagements, often with devastating results. German losses mounted with every sortie, both in aircraft destroyed and in the irreplaceable experience of veteran pilots. This attrition not only reduced the Luftwaffe's effectiveness but also weakened morale, as crews realized the human cost of a campaign that was failing to achieve decisive results. For civilians, the cost of air supremacy was equally tangible, though different in nature. Cities such as London, Birmingham, and Coventry were subjected to prolonged bombing raids, both during daylight and under the cover of night. Infrastructure was destroyed, homes reduced to rubble, and essential services disrupted. Civil defense measures, from blackout enforcement to air raid shelters and volunteer emergency services, were stretched to their limits. Despite this, public morale remained remarkably resilient, buoyed by reports of RAF successes and the visible courage of airmen defending the skies. Civilians learned to endure fear, disruption, and loss, contributing indirectly to the overall defensive effort by maintaining order, assisting in emergency response, and sustaining the social fabric necessary for national resilience. Medical and psychological consequences were pervasive. Pilots and ground crews contended not only with physical injuries from combat but also with stress-related ailments, sleep deprivation, and the mental strain of repeated exposure to life-threatening situations. The Luftwaffe experienced similar pressures, with German airmen facing exhaustion, isolation, and the growing realization that the campaign was not producing the intended strategic results. For both sides, these cumulative stresses affected decision-making, performance, and morale, emphasizing that modern aerial warfare exacted a human toll beyond immediate battlefield losses. Strategically, the cost of air supremacy illustrated the importance of sustainability in combat operations. Numerical superiority or advanced technology alone was insufficient. Maintaining effective operational capacity required careful management of human and material resources. The RAF's rotation of pilots, efficient maintenance routines, and intelligent allocation of aircraft ensured that losses, though significant, did not compromise Britain's defensive capability. The Luftwaffe's overextension, in contrast, magnified the consequences of attrition, reducing its ability to sustain pressure and adapt to British defensive innovations. The period highlighted the interplay between human endurance, technology, and strategy. Success in the skies depended on more than raw firepower. It required pilots capable of sustained performance, ground crews able to maintain and repair aircraft under extreme conditions, and commanders who could integrate intelligence, radar, and operational planning into an adaptive defense system. The RAF's ability to combine these elements allowed it to withstand repeated attacks, maintain control of the air, and protect critical infrastructure, despite facing a numerically superior and technologically formidable opponent. In conclusion, the pursuit of air supremacy during the Battle of Britain came at a profound human and logistical cost. Pilots faced repeated life-and-death engagements, maintenance crews labored under duress, and civilians endured destruction and fear. Both RAF and Luftwaffe experienced fatigue, attrition, and the psychological weight of prolonged conflict, emphasizing that victory in modern warfare is inseparable from human resilience. The ability of the RAF to sustain operations, adapt tactics, and maintain morale among pilots and civilians ultimately secured Britain's defensive position. This period demonstrates that the human cost of air combat is inseparable from strategic outcomes. The endurance, sacrifice, and courage of individuals determine the larger course of the battle. The lessons of this phase remain enduring, illustrating that air supremacy is won not solely by aircraft or technology, but through the integration of skill, endurance, innovation, and coordinated effort under extreme conditions. During the height of the Blitz in late 1940, London became the epicenter of one of the most intense aerial campaigns in history. Night after night, German bombers descended upon the city, targeting not only industrial hubs and infrastructure but also densely populated residential areas, in an attempt to break civilian morale and force Britain into submission. The sky over London glowed with fires, while the sound of explosions and collapsing buildings echoed through streets and neighborhoods. For citizens, the relentless attacks created an environment of constant fear, uncertainty, and loss, testing the limits of endurance in both body and spirit. Despite the destruction, Londoners demonstrated remarkable resilience. Air raid shelters, ranging from purpose-built underground stations to improvised basement bunkers, provided protection for millions, allowing families to survive repeated raids. Emergency services, including firefighters, medics, and civil defense volunteers, worked tirelessly to rescue the wounded, extinguish fires, and maintain order amidst the chaos. These efforts, often undertaken at great personal risk, were critical in minimizing casualties and ensuring that the city's infrastructure remained functional despite sustained bombardment. Civilians also contributed to the effort by participating in blackout enforcement, assisting neighbors, and supporting emergency operations, reinforcing a sense of community solidarity that became a cornerstone of London's defense. The psychological dimension of the Blitz was equally significant. German strategy sought to erode morale by creating fear and demonstrating the seeming impotence of British defenses. Yet the visible efforts of emergency services and the successful operation of shelters provided a tangible counterpoint to the intended terror. News of RAF interceptions of Luftwaffe bombers and stories of heroic resistance among both civilians and pilots spread quickly, reinforcing the perception that the nation could endure. Propaganda and public messaging emphasized perseverance, unity, and national resolve, presenting the attacks not as defeat but as a challenge to be met collectively. Industrial centers, which were also targeted, faced continuous disruption. Factories producing essential war materials were damaged or destroyed, but rapid repair and adaptation allowed production to continue. Workers, including women and older men, often labored under blackout conditions or amidst air raid alarms, ensuring that the war effort was sustained. This combination of industrial resilience and civilian cooperation created a multi-layered defense system, where the survival of the city depended not just on military capability but on the coordinated efforts of all who lived and worked within it. The intensity of the night raids also imposed severe physical and psychological stress on Londoners. Continuous sleep deprivation, exposure to explosions, and the loss of homes and family members contributed to widespread fatigue and trauma. Hospitals and clinics were stretched beyond capacity, and medical personnel operated under extreme conditions to treat injuries caused by both bombs and falling debris. Yet the endurance of ordinary citizens, often performing extraordinary acts of courage, demonstrated the human capacity to adapt to extreme adversity. Meanwhile, the RAF continued to operate during the day, intercepting German formations before they could inflict maximum damage. The synergy between daytime military defense and nighttime civilian preparedness created a resilient defense network that frustrated the Luftwaffe's objectives. Over time, repeated failures to break through Britain's defenses, coupled with escalating German losses, highlighted the limits of the Blitz as a strategic tool. London's ability to withstand sustained bombing, while preserving civilian morale, undermined the psychological objectives of the Luftwaffe. Public morale campaigns played a pivotal role in reinforcing resilience. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and public speeches emphasized heroism, unity, and perseverance, framing the nightly attacks as a collective challenge rather than a catastrophe. Stories of bravery, firefighters racing into burning buildings, neighbors rescuing the injured, and air raid wardens maintaining order, were circulated widely, creating a narrative of defiance that strengthened national identity and resistance. This messaging helped transform fear into resolve, ensuring that Londoners remained steadfast even under prolonged assault. Strategically, the endurance of London under bombardment demonstrated the importance of civilian contribution in total defense. The success of air defenses was amplified by the preparedness, courage, and cooperation of the population. In this sense, the city itself became an active participant in the war, not merely a target. The interaction between military operations, technological support such as radar, and civilian resilience created a force multiplier, ensuring that the Luftwaffe could not achieve its intended objectives of destruction and demoralization. In conclusion, the Blitz over London represented a test of endurance, coordination, and human courage. Night raids inflicted physical destruction and psychological pressure, but the combined efforts of civilians, emergency services, and the RAF maintained operational functionality and morale. Propaganda, community organization, and personal bravery reinforced national unity, allowing the city to withstand one of the most sustained bombing campaigns in history. The legacy of this period underscores that survival in modern warfare depends not only on military power but also on the resilience, cooperation, and determination of the civilian population. London's ability to endure and adapt amidst devastation ensured that the Luftwaffe's strategic goals were never fully realized, preserving both the city and the broader British war effort. The lessons learned from London under fire continue to illustrate the critical role of civilian courage and coordinated defense in the face of relentless assault. During the height of the Battle of Britain, the RAF faced repeated assaults from the Luftwaffe, often with pilot numbers and aircraft outmatched by the enemy. Despite these daunting odds, the skill, bravery, and determination of British airmen allowed them to defend the skies successfully, preventing the Luftwaffe from achieving air superiority, a critical prerequisite for Hitler's planned invasion. Each engagement tested the limits of human endurance, aircraft performance, and tactical coordination, and the cumulative effect of these actions gradually shifted momentum in favor of the defenders. the pilots who came to be known as the few embodied heroism in its most extreme form. They flew multiple sorties daily, navigating through flak, enemy fighters, and challenging weather conditions. Fatigue was constant, yet each airman remained committed to defending both military targets and civilian populations. Their acts of courage, intercepting incoming bomber formations, protecting vital airfields, and engaging in dogfights that often involved overwhelming numbers, became legendary, creating stories that inspired both the military and civilian populations. These pilots demonstrated not only physical skill but also mental resilience, making split-second decisions in life-or-death scenarios that directly influenced the survival of Britain. Individual heroism played a decisive role in collective defense. Pilots like Douglas Bader, Johnny Johnson, and numerous others displayed tactical ingenuity, leading squadrons effectively and protecting less experienced airmen. Engaging in formation attacks, providing cover for damaged aircraft, and exploiting tactical weaknesses in the Luftwaffe's strategy allowed the RAF to maximize effectiveness while minimizing unnecessary losses. The bravery and resourcefulness of each pilot multiplied across the airfields and into the skies, reinforcing the overall defensive network. The broader impact of the few extended beyond the air battles themselves. Reports of their courage circulated quickly through newspapers, radio broadcasts, and public messaging, shaping national morale. Civilians took heart from the knowledge that their skies were defended, and that highly skilled pilots risked everything to protect both strategic targets and ordinary lives. These stories transformed individual heroism into a symbol of national resilience, demonstrating that the fate of a nation could rest in the hands of determined, capable individuals. The Luftwaffe, despite superior numbers, increasingly suffered from attrition and fatigue. Experienced German pilots were lost in combat, and replacements often lacked the training and cohesion needed for effective operations. This imbalance, combined with the RAF's adaptation and tactical ingenuity, ensured that German raids became less effective over time. As the campaign continued, the Luftwaffe's operational capacity diminished, while Britain's defenders grew more confident and effective, illustrating the strategic power of skill, endurance, and morale over mere numbers. The term "the few" thus transcended its literal meaning, evolving into a cultural and national symbol. It came to represent courage in the face of overwhelming odds, the importance of resilience, and the impact of individual initiative on larger historical outcomes. This designation was widely recognized not only within military circles but also among the British public, reinforcing the connection between pilot heroism and national survival. Ceremonies, recognition awards, and media coverage helped preserve these stories, ensuring that the deeds of these airmen were celebrated and remembered. Moreover, the success of the few highlighted the critical integration of technology, intelligence, and human skill. Radar systems and ground controllers played essential roles in directing squadrons to intercept enemy formations, while maintenance crews ensured that aircraft remained operational despite constant sorties. Pilots benefited from this holistic defensive system, which magnified their effectiveness and allowed individual heroism to have strategic consequences. The combination of personal courage, tactical skill, and systemic support created a resilient and adaptive air defense capable of resisting sustained enemy pressure. The human cost of these heroic actions was significant. Many pilots were killed or severely injured, and the stress of continuous combat left enduring psychological effects. Yet, their sacrifice ensured that Britain could withstand the Luftwaffe's offensive, preserving both the RAF's operational capacity and the morale of the civilian population. Each pilot who returned from a sortie alive contributed not only to the immediate tactical defense but also to the long-term psychological resilience of the nation. In conclusion, the triumph of the few during the Battle of Britain exemplified heroism, endurance, and strategic impact. RAF pilots, often outnumbered, achieved remarkable defensive successes through courage, skill, and tactical innovation. Individual acts became legendary, inspiring the nation and creating a symbol of resilience that extended beyond the military sphere. The term "the few" encapsulated the essential truth that in modern warfare, the actions of a few determined individuals, supported by intelligence, technology, and coordinated effort, can decisively influence the outcome of a campaign, protect civilian populations, and define the fate of a nation. The legacy of these pilots endures, reminding future generations that heroism in the skies, endurance under pressure, and coordinated action are pivotal elements of national defense. Their story serves as a testament to the extraordinary impact individuals can have when skill, courage, and dedication converge in the face of overwhelming adversity. By late 1940, the Luftwaffe's campaign over Britain began to reveal the cumulative effects of attrition and strategic misjudgment. Despite months of sustained bombing raids targeting airfields, radar installations, and industrial centers, Germany had failed to achieve the decisive destruction of RAF infrastructure necessary to establish air superiority. Fighter command remained operational, with squadrons continually intercepting raids, repairing airfields, and maintaining aircraft readiness. Each thwarted attack highlighted the limitations of German planning and the growing resilience of British defenses. The continuous operations imposed a severe human cost on the Luftwaffe. Experienced pilots, who had flown repeated sorties over hostile territory, suffered from fatigue, stress, and the constant risk of combat loss. Casualties among veteran crews reduced operational effectiveness, forcing Germany to rely increasingly on less trained replacements. These new pilots often lacked the experience to handle the complexities of dogfighting over Britain's skies, which resulted in higher attrition rates and decreasing morale. Meanwhile, bomber crews, carrying out long-range missions from continental bases, faced fuel constraints, mechanical failures, and anti-aircraft fire, further reducing the efficiency of German attacks. Strategic miscalculations also compounded the Luftwaffe's difficulties. The shift from targeting RAF airfields to bombing urban centers, intended to break civilian morale, did not achieve the intended psychological impact. While London and other cities suffered significant damage, the civilian population adapted through sheltering, blackouts, and volunteer efforts, maintaining morale and social cohesion. Industrial output, though affected, continued due to rapid repair and dispersal of key facilities, undermining the strategic value of German attacks. The Luftwaffe's focus on city bombing allowed the RAF to recover and regroup, preserving operational capacity and ensuring that future raids could be intercepted effectively. Pilot fatigue and resource constraints further eroded Luftwaffe effectiveness. Continuous sorties without adequate rest or replacement personnel reduced accuracy, coordination, and responsiveness. Aircraft maintenance struggled to keep pace with operational demands, and logistical challenges prevented rapid reinforcement or resupply. The attrition of skilled crews meant that German forces were increasingly unable to maintain operational pressure without incurring heavy losses. By contrast, the RAF, benefiting from efficient maintenance, squadron rotation, and radar-guided deployments, remained capable of sustaining a high operational tempo, offsetting numerical disadvantage and reinforcing defensive effectiveness. Britain's ability to maintain air superiority became increasingly evident. RAF pilots, though still under pressure, were able to engage incoming formations with improved coordination, utilizing intelligence from radar networks and observation posts. Ground crews ensured aircraft availability, while tactical adjustments allowed for maximum interception efficiency. The Luftwaffe, facing continuous losses and diminishing morale, found it increasingly difficult to mount effective attacks capable of crippling fighter command. This imbalance contributed directly to the failure of Germany's broader strategic objectives, particularly Hitler's plan to establish air dominance as a prerequisite for invasion. The psychological component of the Luftwaffe's decline cannot be underestimated. German aircrews, aware of rising casualties and the inability to destroy Britain's air defenses, experienced stress and diminishing confidence. Mission after mission failed to achieve decisive results, creating frustration and undermining the initiative. In contrast, RAF pilots gained confidence from repeated successes, reinforcing morale, cohesion, and the effectiveness of defensive operations. Civilian resilience, visible through adherence to blackout regulations and support for emergency services, further negated the intended terror effect of bombing campaigns, creating a defensive synergy that magnified British effectiveness. Operationally, the Luftwaffe's continued attrition highlighted the limits of strategic planning without flexibility. Reliance on repeated tactics, underestimation of enemy adaptation, and insufficient attention to pilot welfare resulted in diminishing returns. In contrast, Britain's approach, integrating intelligence, radar, tactical innovation, and pilot management, ensured sustained resistance and operational flexibility. The combination of strategic miscalculation and human cost made it increasingly unlikely for Germany to achieve air superiority in the short term, leaving Hitler's plans for Operation Sea Lion, an invasion of Britain, effectively unfeasible. By the end of this period, the Luftwaffe's decline was unmistakable. Pilot losses were mounting, experienced crews were exhausted or gone, and aircraft attrition reduced the capacity for continuous operations. Britain's integrated defense network, combining technological advantage, skilled pilots, and resilient civilians, consistently repelled raids and preserved operational readiness. The Luftwaffe, once a dominant striking force, faced logistical constraints, strategic errors, and attrition, rendering its bombing campaigns increasingly ineffective. In conclusion, the continued Luftwaffe attacks failed to achieve the destruction of RAF infrastructure or air superiority due to strategic miscalculations, overextension, and the attrition of experienced personnel. Pilot fatigue, high casualty rates, and logistical challenges weakened German effectiveness, while Britain's integrated defenses, adaptive tactics, and resilient civilian population ensured sustained resistance. The RAF's ability to maintain air superiority not only prevented invasion but also demonstrated that a combination of endurance, strategy, and innovation could counter a numerically superior opponent. The decline of the Luftwaffe during this phase marked a turning point in the Battle of Britain, illustrating the decisive role of coordination, adaptation, and human resilience in modern warfare.
During the Blitz, as German bombers unleashed nightly attacks across London and other major British cities, the role of civilians became a critical component of national defense. While fighter planes and anti-aircraft batteries contested the skies, ordinary citizens faced the direct consequences of destruction on the ground. The courage, ingenuity, and solidarity demonstrated by these individuals ensured not only survival but also the maintenance of morale and social cohesion during one of the most challenging periods in British history. Civilians took on a variety of essential roles in response to the air raids. Firewatchers patrolled rooftops and streets to spot and extinguish incendiary bombs before they could ignite widespread fires. Their vigilance often required staying exposed on rooftops for hours at a time, sometimes under heavy rain or snow, balancing the immediate danger from bombs with the physical demands of their task. Meanwhile, volunteers and emergency response units provided first aid, transported the wounded, and assisted fire brigades, ensuring that casualties were treated quickly and that vital infrastructure could be protected. These acts of bravery often came at great personal risk, as bombs could strike without warning, and collapsing buildings and falling debris were constant hazards. Rationing and resource management were other arenas where civilians demonstrated ingenuity and resilience. Food, fuel, and basic necessities were scarce, and families had to make difficult choices daily. Communities established systems to share resources, support the vulnerable, and ensure that essential needs were met, despite shortages and disruption caused by bombing raids. Women, children, and the elderly contributed by participating in communal kitchens, volunteering in hospitals, and assisting in local shelters. Their work allowed society to continue functioning amid chaos, reinforcing the notion that the home front was as vital to defense as the skies above. Stories of individual heroism highlight the extraordinary lengths to which civilians went to maintain both life and morale. One account tells of a young volunteer carrying water to a burning apartment complex under falling debris, while others recount neighbors rescuing the injured from bombed-out buildings, often without concern for their own safety. Ingenious methods were developed to cope with damage and disruption. People rigged makeshift blackout curtains, reinforced fragile structures, and organized local alert systems to coordinate shelter and rescue efforts. These acts, often unrecorded, exemplify the spirit of collective responsibility and bravery that underpinned London's survival during the Blitz. Community solidarity also played a psychological role. By maintaining mutual support networks, participating in volunteer efforts, and adhering to air raid precautions, civilians reinforced a shared sense of purpose and resilience. Schools, churches, and local organizations became centers for organizing aid and providing moral support. Civilians organized neighborhood watch schemes, coordinated shelter use, and assisted in the dissemination of information regarding raids and safety procedures. The shared experience of enduring nightly attacks fostered a sense of unity, turning fear into collective determination and reinforcing the broader national effort. The interplay between civilian courage and military operations was critical. Firewatchers, first responders, and volunteers directly mitigated damage from bombings, preserving both life and infrastructure. By maintaining operational cities, even partially, they allowed RAF pilots and anti-aircraft units to focus on defending the skies, knowing that civilian networks were effectively managing immediate consequences on the ground. This integration of effort highlighted the concept of total defense, where every member of society contributed to the nation's ability to resist attack. The resilience of civilians during this period also had a profound impact on morale across the country. Reports of bravery, ingenuity, and successful interventions circulated through newspapers, radio broadcasts, and word of mouth. These stories reassured both citizens and the government that the population was capable of enduring sustained attacks without capitulating to fear. Public perception of courage on the ground bolstered confidence in Britain's overall defensive effort and became a source of national pride. In conclusion, civilian courage during the Blitz exemplified the critical role of ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. Through fire watching, first aid, rationing, and community organization, citizens directly contributed to the survival and resilience of their nation. Individual acts of heroism, collective ingenuity, and steadfast solidarity allowed British cities to endure relentless bombardment, preserved infrastructure, and maintain morale under extreme conditions. This period underscores the broader lesson that in modern warfare, the strength of a nation depends not only on its military forces but also on the endurance, courage, and coordinated effort of its civilian population. The heroism displayed on the streets, rooftops, and shelters of London during the Blitz stands as a testament to human resilience, demonstrating that survival and resistance are as much the product of ordinary individuals acting courageously as of trained military personnel in combat. By late 1940, the Battle of Britain had reached a critical juncture, as sustained defensive efforts by the RAF began to force the Luftwaffe onto the back foot. Months of relentless attacks, attrition among German aircrews, and the strategic adaptation of British defenses culminated in a decisive shift that would determine the course of the conflict. The RAF, having refined tactics, optimized squadron rotations, and integrated radar intelligence with ground control, was increasingly capable of intercepting incoming raids efficiently, inflicting significant losses, and protecting key airfields and infrastructure across southern England. This period marked a turning point because the Luftwaffe, despite its numerical superiority, could no longer maintain the operational tempo required to achieve air supremacy. Continuous losses of experienced pilots, combined with damage to aircraft and logistical strain, significantly reduced the effectiveness of German raids. Bombing sorties, once devastatingly effective, began to yield diminishing returns as RAF formations intercepted bombers before they could reach strategic targets. The attrition in both men and material made it increasingly difficult for Germany to sustain the intensity of attacks, forcing a reduction in bombing frequency and scale. British adaptation was central to this shift. The RAF's use of coordinated squadron tactics, coupled with early warning radar systems, allowed for precise vectoring of fighters against incoming Luftwaffe formations. Ground crews and maintenance teams ensured a high sortie rate, while pilots applied lessons learned from prior engagements to anticipate enemy movements and exploit vulnerabilities. The integration of technology, tactics, and human skill created a resilient defensive network that continuously frustrated German objectives and preserved Britain's operational capacity. The psychological effect of RAF dominance was profound. German pilots, facing increasingly effective opposition and mounting casualties, began to experience declining morale. Missions that were once executed with confidence became more hazardous, as experienced crews were lost and replacements lacked sufficient training for complex aerial engagements. For the Luftwaffe command, the failure to achieve decisive results despite massive investment of aircraft, personnel, and planning revealed fundamental limitations in strategy and overestimation of Germany's capabilities. For British civilians, the turning tide reinforced national confidence. News of RAF successes and reduced bombing intensity provided reassurance, bolstering morale despite the ongoing destruction of previous raids. The visible proof that the Luftwaffe could be resisted and, increasingly, repelled, strengthened public determination and resolve. Communities continued to support civil defense efforts, participate in emergency response, and maintain social cohesion, contributing indirectly to Britain's defensive success. Strategically, this period underscored the importance of sustained defense, adaptability, and resource management. While numerical superiority is often decisive, Britain's ability to integrate intelligence, tactics, technology, and human resilience demonstrated that a well-coordinated defense could offset quantitative disadvantages. The RAF's operational efficiency, coupled with the Luftwaffe's attrition and overextension, ensured that German objectives of achieving air dominance over Britain were no longer feasible. The turning point also had long-term consequences for the broader war effort. By denying the Luftwaffe air superiority, Britain prevented the possibility of a German invasion, safeguarding the island and preserving a base for future Allied operations in Europe. The successful defense during this phase established the RAF as a formidable, adaptive force, capable of defending against sustained attacks while maintaining operational readiness. In conclusion, the sustained defensive efforts of the RAF during late 1940 marked the turning point in the Battle of Britain. Adaptation in tactics, integration of radar and communications, and the endurance and skill of pilots and ground crews allowed Britain to dominate the skies, reduce the effectiveness of Luftwaffe raids, and force Germany to abandon its goal of air supremacy. This shift not only preserved the nation but also set the stage for subsequent Allied offensives, illustrating that resilience, coordination, and innovation can decisively influence the outcome of modern warfare. Through these efforts, the RAF's triumph became a symbol of strategic ingenuity, human courage, and national perseverance, demonstrating that even against a numerically superior enemy, well-coordinated defense and adaptive strategy can achieve decisive results. Britain's ability to withstand and repel the Luftwaffe ensured survival, boosted morale, and marked a defining moment in the broader struggle against Nazi Germany. By the autumn of 1940, the Battle of Britain had reached its conclusion, marking a decisive victory for the RAF and the British people. After months of relentless aerial assaults, the Luftwaffe was forced to withdraw from sustained operations over southern England, having failed to achieve air superiority or cripple Britain's defensive and industrial capabilities. The withdrawal signified the end of Germany's attempt to dominate the skies and laid to rest the threat of invasion, demonstrating that Britain's integrated defense network, comprising pilots, ground crews, radar operators, and resilient civilians, could withstand the might of the Luftwaffe. The campaign had tested every aspect of British society. Fighter Command had maintained operational readiness under extreme pressure, with pilots flying multiple sorties daily, often against overwhelming odds. Maintenance crews, ground controllers, and radar operators ensured that each aircraft could be returned to service rapidly, optimizing the effectiveness of every sortie. Their combined efforts created a resilient, adaptive air defense that could respond to shifting Luftwaffe tactics, intercept incoming raids, and minimize destruction on the ground. Civilians, too, played a vital role. Londoners and residents of other targeted cities endured night after night of bombings, managing blackouts, taking shelter in underground stations, and assisting emergency services. Stories of heroism, neighbors rescuing the injured, fire watchers extinguishing incendiary bombs, and volunteers coordinating relief efforts, reinforced morale and demonstrated the nation's collective determination. This endurance ensured that the Luftwaffe's strategy of terror and disruption failed to break public resolve. Germany, facing mounting losses in aircraft and experienced pilots, as well as the logistical strain of sustained operations, recognized the limits of its campaign. Attrition had reduced the Luftwaffe's operational capacity, and continued attacks without decisive effect risked further depletion of both men and machines. Strategic miscalculations, such as shifting focus to urban bombing to break morale rather than continuing pressure on airfields, proved counterproductive. The inability to destroy Britain's defensive capability forced German command to curtail operations, effectively conceding air supremacy to the RAF. The preservation of British air defense capabilities had profound implications for the wider war. By remaining unconquered, Britain provided a critical base for future Allied operations, including the planning and execution of offensive campaigns in Europe. The RAF's success ensured that the island nation could continue producing aircraft, training pilots, and maintaining industrial output, forming a cornerstone for Allied resilience and eventual victory. Morale, both military and civilian, reached unprecedented levels. The public recognized that Britain had survived an existential threat, and pilots were celebrated as national heroes. The phrase "the few," referring to RAF airmen, became synonymous with courage, endurance, and skill. Civilian contributions were equally celebrated, highlighting the synergy between armed forces and population in defending the nation. The summer of 1940 transformed from a period of intense peril into a symbol of national resilience and unity. Strategically, the victory secured Britain from invasion, forced Germany to reconsider its military priorities, and preserved the island as a platform for launching future operations against the Axis powers. The Luftwaffe's withdrawal marked not merely the end of a campaign but the failure of German strategic objectives, demonstrating that technological superiority and numerical advantage alone could not overcome a well-prepared, adaptive, and resilient opponent. The Battle of Britain also provided enduring lessons for modern warfare. Integrated defense, coordination of intelligence and technology, effective pilot management, and civilian cooperation proved decisive in countering a numerically superior enemy. Attrition, morale, and adaptability were as important as firepower, illustrating the multidimensional nature of effective defense. The campaign demonstrated that the human element, courage, ingenuity, and perseverance, remains central to achieving strategic objectives. In conclusion, the end of the Battle of Britain signified a decisive defensive victory, with the Luftwaffe withdrawing from sustained operations and Britain remaining unconquered. Fighter command, supported by ground crews, radar operators, and civilians, successfully defended the nation's skies, preventing invasion and preserving operational capability. The summer of 1940 became a symbol of national survival, endurance, and the triumph of resilience over adversity. This victory set the stage for future Allied operations, demonstrating the critical importance of coordination, adaptation, and human courage in modern warfare. Britain's endurance under fire inspired generations, ensuring that the Battle of Britain would be remembered not just as an air campaign but as a defining moment of strategic, psychological, and national significance in the Second World War. The Battle of Britain, fought across the skies of southern England in the summer and autumn of 1940, left a profound legacy that extended far beyond the immediate military victory. It was not only a triumph of RAF pilots, ground crews, and air defense coordination, but also a defining moment in British national identity and a crucial turning point in the Second World War. The battle demonstrated that air power, intelligence, and civilian military coordination could collectively determine the fate of a nation under threat. One of the most enduring lessons of the Battle of Britain was the decisive role of air power in modern warfare. Fighter command, though numerically inferior to the Luftwaffe, effectively used Hurricanes and Spitfires to counter German bomber and fighter formations. The skill, adaptability, and courage of pilots proved that well-trained and motivated air forces could compensate for quantity with quality and tactical ingenuity. Every sortie flown by these pilots was not merely an engagement but a strategic action protecting critical infrastructure, cities, and industrial assets. Their success underscored the importance of air superiority in defending against both immediate military threats and potential invasion. Equally important was the role of intelligence and technological innovation. The chain-home radar system allowed early detection of incoming Luftwaffe formations, enabling fighter command to intercept enemy aircraft efficiently. Ground controllers coordinated squadrons with real-time information, optimizing responses and preventing unnecessary losses. This integration of technology, intelligence, and human judgment demonstrated the value of anticipation and planning in modern combat, where information could be as decisive as firepower. The coordination between radar operators, intelligence officers, and pilots created a layered defense that proved difficult for the Luftwaffe to penetrate, emphasizing that technological superiority must be coupled with skilled personnel and effective command to achieve strategic advantage. Civilian contribution was another cornerstone of the battle's legacy. Londoners and residents of other targeted cities endured relentless bombing, participating in blackouts, emergency services, and volunteer efforts. Firewatchers, civil defense personnel, and ordinary citizens mitigated damage from incendiary bombs and aided the wounded. Their resilience ensured that urban centers remained functional and morale high, directly supporting the broader military effort. The integration of civilians into the national defense network illustrated the concept of total defense, where every member of society could contribute to survival and victory. The courage of civilians during nightly raids reinforced national solidarity, creating a shared sense of purpose and resilience that became a symbol of British determination. The battle's human dimension, the courage, endurance, and sacrifice of pilots, ground crews, and civilians, remains a central element of its legacy. Individual stories of heroism, whether a pilot intercepting enemy bombers or a fire watcher risking life to save a home, collectively shaped the narrative of the Battle of Britain. These acts became embedded in cultural memory, celebrated in newspapers, radio broadcasts, and later in films and literature, ensuring that the bravery and resilience displayed during this period would be remembered for generations. The term "the few" became synonymous with courage under extreme adversity, representing not just pilots but the broader spirit of resistance that characterized Britain's defense. Strategically, the victory prevented Germany from achieving air supremacy, thwarted Hitler's plans for Operation Sea Lion, and ensured that Britain remained a base for Allied operations in Europe. The battle also provided a template for modern air defense, highlighting the importance of integrated operations, rapid adaptation, and the efficient use of limited resources. Lessons in logistics, intelligence coordination, and pilot rotation informed future Allied campaigns, shaping the broader trajectory of the Second World War. By maintaining operational readiness under continuous threat, the RAF demonstrated that strategic resilience could offset numerical and technological disadvantages. The cultural and historical significance of the Battle of Britain further amplified its legacy. It became a defining moment in British history, symbolizing national unity, courage, and perseverance. Commemorations, memorials, and educational initiatives preserve the memory of those who defended the skies, ensuring that their sacrifice is not forgotten. The battle also reinforced Britain's identity as a nation capable of enduring extreme hardship and achieving victory through determination, skill, and coordinated effort. In conclusion, the Battle of Britain's legacy is multifaceted. It highlights the strategic importance of air power, the decisive role of intelligence and technology, and the integration of civilian and military efforts in national defense. RAF pilots, ground crews, and civilians alike are remembered for their bravery, endurance, and ingenuity under extraordinary circumstances. The battle prevented German air superiority, preserved Britain as a base for future operations, and became a turning point in the Second World War. Today, the Battle of Britain is remembered not only for its military outcomes but also for its symbolic significance, a testament to the human spirit, coordinated effort, and the ability of a determined population to resist seemingly insurmountable odds. It serves as a reminder that victory in war often depends as much on perseverance, innovation, and resilience as on the number of planes or bombs, and that the courage of a few can indeed alter the course of history. Decades after the skies over Britain were cleared of enemy aircraft, the legacy of the RAF pilots who defended the nation endures through celebration, remembrance, and historical reflection. These airmen, often outnumbered and facing relentless Luftwaffe attacks, demonstrated extraordinary courage, skill, and endurance. Their efforts not only preserved Britain's sovereignty during a critical phase of the Second World War but also inspired generations to recognize the impact of individual bravery in the defense of a nation. The RAF veterans, collectively referred to as the few, have been honored in a variety of ways. Public commemorations, including ceremonial flypasts, wreath-laying events, and memorial services, recognize their contributions and sacrifices. Monuments such as the Battle of Britain Memorial in London and the chapel in Westminster Abbey serve as lasting reminders of the human courage that shaped the outcome of the battle. These events reinforce the connection between individual heroism and national survival, highlighting the essential role played by pilots and aircrew in securing victory against overwhelming odds. Memoirs and interviews provide another layer of remembrance, offering personal perspectives on the experiences of combat. Veterans recount the intensity of dogfights, the fatigue from multiple sorties, and the emotional toll of witnessing comrades fall in battle. These first-hand accounts provide insights into the human dimension of warfare, illustrating the physical danger, psychological strain, and moral courage required to defend the skies. By preserving these stories, historians and educators ensure that the lessons of bravery, endurance, and innovation are transmitted to future generations. Public education and media representations also play a key role in honoring the contributions of the few. Documentaries, films, and literature convey both the technical challenges of aerial combat and the personal stories of heroism. They emphasize the resilience of pilots who, despite limited resources and constant threat, maintained operational readiness and effectively countered a numerically superior enemy. By combining strategic insight with human narratives, these representations deepen the public's understanding of the interplay between skill, courage, and coordinated defense during the Battle of Britain. The term "the few" itself has transcended its literal reference to a small group of airmen. It has become a symbol of national resilience and determination, representing not only those who flew in defense of Britain but also the broader spirit of endurance and courage exhibited by the civilian population. Firewatchers, volunteers, and support staff all contributed to the war effort, and the collective memory of their actions reinforces the idea that survival and victory rely on coordinated courage across all levels of society. Honoring the veterans also involves acknowledging the sacrifices and hardships they endured. Many pilots faced extreme physical and psychological stress, with long hours in the air, exposure to enemy fire, and the loss of comrades. The preservation of their legacy ensures that these sacrifices are recognized alongside the strategic successes of the RAF. Educational programs, museum exhibits, and commemorative publications contextualize their actions within the broader framework of World War II, highlighting the interdependence of individual bravery and national defense. The continued celebration of the few has cultural and symbolic significance. It reinforces the values of courage, perseverance, and dedication, serving as a point of inspiration for military personnel and civilians alike. The stories of these pilots illustrate how determination, skill, and coordinated effort can influence the course of history, offering lessons applicable far beyond the context of aerial combat. The endurance of this legacy demonstrates the lasting impact of individual heroism on collective memory and national identity. Furthermore, the recognition of these veterans ensures that the human dimension of warfare remains at the forefront of historical understanding. While technological advances, strategy, and logistics are critical, the courage and resilience of those on the front lines, those willing to risk life and limb, often determine the ultimate outcome. In the Battle of Britain, the effectiveness of the RAF pilots was not solely a product of superior aircraft or radar systems but of individual skill, teamwork, and relentless commitment. In conclusion, remembering the few honors both their extraordinary heroism and the broader values they exemplified: resilience, courage, and sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds. Through public commemorations, personal memoirs, media representations, and educational initiatives, the stories of RAF veterans continue to inspire and educate. The term has become a lasting symbol of British endurance, reflecting the interconnection of individual bravery and national survival. By celebrating their legacy, society preserves the memory of those who defended the skies, ensuring that future generations understand both the human and strategic significance of the Battle of Britain. The enduring remembrance of these airmen demonstrates that history is shaped not only by strategy and technology but also by the courage and determination of individuals. The few remain a testament to the power of human resilience, an inspiration for all who face daunting challenges, and a defining symbol of Britain's survival during one of the darkest periods in its history. During the Blitz, while RAF pilots battled in the skies above, Londoners and civilians across Britain were waging their own war on the ground. Night after night, German bombers unleashed devastating attacks on cities, targeting residential areas, factories, and infrastructure. The population faced not only the immediate threat of death from bombs but also the long-term challenges of disrupted supply lines, food shortages, and widespread destruction. In response, civilians developed adaptive strategies, organized volunteer networks, and cultivated a resilient community spirit that became as vital to the nation's survival as the air battles above. Life on the ground demanded constant vigilance. Families adhered to blackout regulations to obscure their homes from enemy aircraft, ensuring that streetlights, windows, and vehicles did not provide targets. Residents participated in nightly patrols, extinguishing incendiary bombs and monitoring rooftops to prevent fires from spreading. These efforts were coordinated through local civil defense committees, which mobilized volunteers for fire watching, emergency response, and logistical support. The effectiveness of these initiatives often meant the difference between minor damage and widespread destruction, demonstrating how organized civilian action could materially impact the broader war effort. Civilians also faced the daily challenges of rationing and scarcity. Food, fuel, and essential goods were strictly allocated, forcing families to adjust to minimal diets, reuse materials, and develop creative means of sustaining themselves. Community kitchens, cooperative housing arrangements, and charitable distribution centers became vital sources of nourishment and support. The ability of communities to share resources, support the vulnerable, and maintain morale contributed to social cohesion, enabling citizens to endure sustained hardship while remaining productive members of the war effort. Volunteerism played a central role in sustaining life during the Blitz. Individuals joined air raid precaution units, acted as first responders, or assisted in rebuilding bombed-out areas. Women, teenagers, and older men were actively engaged, demonstrating that survival required contributions from all segments of society. These volunteers often performed physically demanding and dangerous work, from carrying water to extinguishing fires to tending to the wounded. Their courage under pressure exemplified how ordinary people could rise to extraordinary challenges when faced with existential threats. Psychologically, civilians had to maintain hope amid destruction. The daily routines of work, schooling, and community activities were intertwined with emergency drills and the threat of air raids. The ability to balance normalcy with preparedness was crucial for maintaining morale. Public messaging, including newspapers, radio broadcasts, and posters, emphasized resilience, unity, and national purpose. Stories of bravery, neighbors rescuing the injured, families assisting one another, and communities rallying in bombed-out neighborhoods, reinforced the sense of collective responsibility and encouraged perseverance. Children were particularly affected, facing the dual challenges of danger and disruption to education. Schools adapted by holding classes in shelters or basements, while orphaned or displaced children were cared for by extended families or communal arrangements. Despite the horrors of nightly bombings, many children developed remarkable resilience, participating in civil defense drills and contributing to household survival efforts. These experiences instilled a sense of responsibility, adaptability, and endurance, reflecting the broader culture of collective resilience that characterized civilian life during the Blitz. The civilian contribution was not merely a passive response to attack, it was strategically significant. By maintaining infrastructure, enforcing blackouts, and assisting emergency services, civilians enabled RAF operations to remain effective. Pilots knew that their efforts would be supported on the ground, and the visible coordination of civil defense strengthened national resolve. The interplay between civilian preparedness and military defense created a synergistic effect, enhancing the overall defensive capability of the United Kingdom. Social solidarity became a defining feature of life on the ground. Communities organized shared shelters, coordinated food distribution, and supported one another in recovering from bomb damage. This cohesion reinforced the psychological strength of the population, enabling them to withstand prolonged attacks without succumbing to fear or despair. The shared experience of enduring the Blitz fostered a sense of unity that extended beyond immediate survival, shaping national identity and collective memory for decades to come. In conclusion, the civilian experience during the Blitz was central to Britain's survival. Londoners and other citizens demonstrated extraordinary courage, resourcefulness, and solidarity in the face of relentless bombing. Through organized volunteer efforts, adaptive strategies, and sustained community engagement, civilians preserved life, infrastructure, and morale. Their actions complemented the efforts of RAF pilots, ensuring that Britain remained resilient in the face of German aggression. The legacy of the civilian front line underscores that total defense requires the participation of the entire society, not just the armed forces. The bravery, ingenuity, and perseverance of ordinary citizens during the Blitz became a lasting symbol of national resilience, illustrating how human courage and cooperation can overcome even the most sustained and destructive threats. Their stories remain an enduring testament to the critical role civilians played in one of Britain's darkest and most defining periods. During the Battle of Britain, the conflict extended far beyond aerial combat. It was also a battle for hearts and minds, in which propaganda played a crucial role in shaping public perception, sustaining morale, and reinforcing national unity. As the RAF struggled to intercept Luftwaffe raids and defend British skies, newspapers, radio broadcasts, and posters became powerful tools to communicate both the reality of resistance and the symbolic victories that inspired the population. These channels of information ensured that the public remained informed, motivated, and psychologically prepared to endure the relentless attacks. Newspapers chronicled the daily heroics of RAF pilots, reporting on successful interceptions, downed enemy aircraft, and the bravery of the few. While maintaining operational security, journalists emphasized stories of courage, resilience, and determination, portraying the airmen as symbols of national defense. These reports serve not only to inform but also to reinforce morale, creating a sense of pride and shared purpose among the civilian population. Headlines and feature articles highlighted the effectiveness of Britain's air defenses, reassuring citizens that the Luftwaffe's numerical superiority was not insurmountable and that their nation remained defended. Radio, as a real-time medium, was equally vital in sustaining morale. Broadcasts from the BBC provided continuous updates on air battles, relaying information from fighter command in a controlled yet reassuring manner. Announcers balanced accuracy with the need to inspire confidence, emphasizing strategic successes and acts of heroism while downplaying setbacks. Wartime speeches, including those by Prime Minister Winston Churchill, were transmitted widely, unifying the population with rhetoric that emphasized courage, resilience, and collective responsibility. The ability to hear directly from leadership created a psychological link between the public and the war effort, fostering a sense of inclusion and shared purpose. Posters and visual propaganda reinforced these messages, transforming public spaces into reminders of both the threat and the nation's ability to resist it. Iconic imagery depicted airmen as heroic defenders, civilians as courageous participants in the war effort, and Britain itself as steadfast in the face of adversity. Propaganda emphasized perseverance, duty, and national pride, shaping public perception and ensuring that even in the midst of destruction, the population remained motivated to contribute to defense and recovery. Propaganda was not merely about maintaining optimism, it was carefully crafted to balance reality and reassurance. Authorities sought to acknowledge the dangers posed by the Luftwaffe without inducing panic, ensuring that citizens followed blackout regulations, participated in civil defense, and supported the war effort. By highlighting both the tangible successes of the RAF and the resilience of civilians, propaganda helped sustain morale and prevented despair from undermining national unity. The impact of propaganda extended to the perception of the Luftwaffe itself. By consistently reporting German losses, overestimated intelligence of RAF effectiveness, and stories of thwarted attacks, British media projected an image of resilience and competence that contrasted with the destructive chaos of bombing raids. This served to reassure citizens that victory was achievable, that the nation's defenders were capable, and that the civilian contribution, through vigilance, volunteerism, and adherence to safety measures, was meaningful. In addition, propaganda contributed to a long-term national identity rooted in endurance and courage. The narratives created during the Battle of Britain were preserved through commemorative publications, post-war histories, and cultural representations, establishing the RAF's heroism and civilian resilience as central symbols of British identity. Stories of the few and the population's unwavering fortitude became cultural touchstones, reinforcing the idea that collective action and shared responsibility could overcome formidable challenges. The interplay between propaganda and morale also influenced operational effectiveness. Civilians who trusted in official messaging were more likely to comply with blackout regulations, participate in civil defense, and maintain essential services, directly contributing to national defense. Similarly, awareness of public support and recognition provided RAF pilots and ground crews with psychological reinforcement, enhancing performance and perseverance despite fatigue and danger. Propaganda thus became both a weapon of morale and a practical force multiplier, linking societal cohesion to military resilience. In conclusion, propaganda during the Battle of Britain was a decisive element in sustaining civilian and military morale, shaping perceptions, and reinforcing national unity. Newspapers, radio broadcasts, and visual campaigns amplified the successes of the RAF, celebrated acts of courage, and ensured that the public remained resilient in the face of constant bombardment. By carefully balancing the realities of danger with reassurance and inspiration, propaganda helped preserve both morale and operational effectiveness. The broader significance of these efforts lies in their demonstration that modern warfare extends beyond the battlefield. Success depends not only on technological superiority and strategic planning but also on psychological resilience, public support, and the coordinated use of information. The Battle of Britain's propaganda campaign exemplified how narrative, perception, and morale can decisively influence the course of a conflict, embedding the heroism of the few and the endurance of the population into Britain's collective memory for generations to come. The Battle of Britain offered profound military and strategic lessons that would shape the conduct of the Second World War and inform modern aerial warfare. Foremost among these insights was the critical importance of air strategy and the effective deployment of fighter aircraft. The RAF's ability to defend against numerically superior Luftwaffe forces demonstrated that well-coordinated, flexible aerial tactics could neutralize raw quantity. Squadrons operating in rotational shifts, coordinated via ground control and radar guidance, maximized efficiency and sustained operational effectiveness despite heavy attrition. Radar technology emerged as a decisive factor, providing early warning of incoming raids and allowing fighter command to intercept enemy formations effectively. The chain-home radar network, combined with observation posts and communication systems, allowed controllers to direct pilots with precision, ensuring that aircraft were deployed to areas of highest threat. The integration of technological intelligence with human judgment underscored the value of information superiority. Knowing the enemy's approach in advance enabled efficient allocation of scarce resources and minimized unnecessary losses. Another vital lesson was the importance of integrated defense systems. The Battle of Britain highlighted that air defense is a multidimensional effort requiring coordination between pilots, ground crews, radar operators, anti-aircraft artillery, and civilian defense organizations. Each element was interdependent, pilots relied on ground controllers for vectoring, ground crews maintained aircraft readiness, and civilians supported the war effort through vigilance, civil defense, and maintaining essential services. This synergy between military and civilian efforts created a resilient national defense capable of absorbing and countering sustained attacks. Preparation and rapid adaptation were also key takeaways. The RAF continuously refined tactics based on enemy behavior, adjusting formations, interception strategies, and engagement priorities. Lessons learned from early engagements informed subsequent responses, illustrating the value of operational flexibility in high-stakes combat. German over-reliance on rigid tactics and strategic miscalculations, by contrast, demonstrated the vulnerability of forces unwilling or unable to adapt to changing conditions. The battle underscored the role of morale and human endurance in modern warfare. Pilots faced repeated sorties under extreme conditions, while civilians endured nightly bombing raids, resource shortages, and the psychological toll of war. Sustaining morale was not merely a matter of inspiration, it had direct operational consequences, influencing the efficiency and perseverance of both military and civilian actors. Public support, volunteerism, and a shared sense of purpose amplified the effectiveness of Britain's air defenses, highlighting the strategic importance of societal cohesion. The lessons of the summer also extended to logistics and resource management. Effective rotation of pilots, maintenance of aircraft, and allocation of supplies ensured continuous operational capacity. The RAF's ability to keep aircraft flying despite sustained losses demonstrated that careful logistical planning is as critical as tactical skill. Similarly, the Luftwaffe's attrition, compounded by overextension and logistical strain, illustrated the risks of prolonged offensives without adequate support and reserves. Strategically, the Battle of Britain demonstrated that air superiority is crucial for national defense and that failure to achieve it can preclude broader operational objectives, such as an amphibious invasion. Hitler's inability to gain control of British skies directly prevented Operation Sea Lion, emphasizing that air power can decisively influence the trajectory of a conflict even without direct ground engagement. The campaign also highlighted the importance of intelligence, reconnaissance, and the ability to anticipate enemy actions, showing that victories are often shaped as much by information and planning as by combat itself. Finally, the battle provided a template for future Allied operations in Europe. Lessons in coordinated defense, the integration of technology, and the importance of adaptable tactics informed preparations for subsequent campaigns, including the defense of Malta, strategic bombing in Germany, and the planning of D-Day. The emphasis on combining air power, intelligence, and civilian military cooperation became foundational for Allied strategic thinking, ensuring that future operations could capitalize on the principles proven effective during Britain's struggle for survival. In conclusion, the Battle of Britain's lessons extend across military, technological, and societal dimensions. Effective air strategy, radar-guided intelligence, integrated defense systems, operational adaptability, morale, and logistical management collectively ensured Britain's survival. These insights not only contributed to the immediate victory over the Luftwaffe but also laid the foundation for Allied success in future operations across Europe, demonstrating that preparation, coordination, and adaptability are essential components of modern warfare. The summer of 1940 remains a defining example of how technological innovation, human courage, and strategic foresight can converge to overcome formidable challenges. Britain's resilience under fire illustrated that the lessons learned from one battle can influence the outcome of a war, making the Battle of Britain both a military and historical touchstone for generations to come. The summer of 1940, marked by the intense aerial campaign known as the Battle of Britain, stands as one of the most defining moments of the Second World War, representing not only a military victory but a testament to courage, innovation, and national resilience. As Nazi Germany sought to achieve air superiority to enable a planned invasion, Britain's combined air defenses, technological innovations, and civilian cooperation thwarted these efforts, ensuring that the island nation remained unconquered. This period became a symbol of determination, illustrating that strategic preparation, skillful execution, and human endurance could overcome overwhelming odds. The RAF's performance was central to Britain's survival. Fighter Command, though numerically outmatched by the Luftwaffe, demonstrated the critical importance of skill, tactics, and adaptability. Pilots flew multiple sorties daily, engaging in dogfights with precision and courage, while coordinated squadron rotations allowed them to maintain effectiveness over sustained operations. Technological innovations, most notably the chain-home radar network, allowed for early detection of incoming attacks, providing the RAF with invaluable minutes to intercept bombers and fighters before they could inflict catastrophic damage. Ground control and communication systems amplified the pilots' efficiency, ensuring that resources were deployed where they were most needed. Through these efforts, Britain maintained air superiority, a crucial factor in preventing a German invasion. Equally significant was the role of civilian participation. Londoners and residents of other cities became active participants in the national defense, adhering to blackouts, manning firewatch posts, volunteering for civil defense duties, and assisting with emergency services. The resilience and courage of ordinary citizens created a social environment that supported the military effort, ensuring that critical infrastructure remained functional and that public morale stayed high even under relentless bombing. The civilian contribution transformed the home front into a living component of the defense, demonstrating the interplay between society and military operations in modern total war. The Battle of Britain also showcased the human cost and heroism inherent in sustained conflict. RAF pilots and Luftwaffe aircrews alike endured physical fatigue, psychological stress, and the constant risk of death. Civilians faced nightly bombings, destruction of homes, and disruption of daily life, yet the collective endurance of both groups underpinned Britain's capacity to resist. Stories of bravery, pilots intercepting bombers against overwhelming odds, volunteers extinguishing fires amid incendiary attacks, and families safeguarding children in shelters, highlighted the extraordinary efforts required to survive and repel the enemy. Strategically, the failure of the Luftwaffe to achieve air supremacy had far-reaching consequences. Hitler's inability to dominate the skies forced the cancellation of Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion of Britain, preserving the island as a base for future Allied operations. The Battle of Britain demonstrated that technological superiority and numerical advantage alone could not guarantee success against a determined, coordinated, and adaptive defense. RAF victories, supported by civilian resilience and technological innovation, underscored the principle that strategy must be paired with human capability and societal commitment to achieve lasting results. The legacy of the summer campaign extended beyond immediate military outcomes. Britain's successful defense became a symbol of resistance and hope for Allied nations, showing that even against the seemingly invincible German war machine, coordinated courage could prevail. This inspiration bolstered morale across occupied Europe and provided a psychological foundation for subsequent Allied operations, contributing to the eventual defeat of Nazi Germany. The term "the few" immortalized the heroism of RAF pilots, while stories of civilian endurance reinforced the narrative that survival and resistance depended on collective effort. The Battle of Britain also offered enduring lessons in innovation and adaptability. By integrating radar, communication systems, tactical coordination, and human ingenuity, Britain created a layered defense capable of responding to dynamic threats. These lessons informed not only future aerial campaigns but also broader military doctrines emphasizing flexibility, intelligence integration, and the value of morale and leadership under pressure. The campaign illustrated that success in modern warfare required more than numbers. It required the capacity to adapt, coordinate, and inspire. In conclusion, the summer of 1940 stands as a defining moment in British and global history. The Battle of Britain prevented German invasion, preserved a key Allied base, and provided enduring lessons in courage, technological innovation, and civilian military cooperation. Britain's survival, achieved through skill, determination, and resilience, inspired hope across the Allied nations and became a lasting symbol of resistance against tyranny. The campaign demonstrated that strategic foresight, human courage, and collective effort could decisively shape the outcome of war, proving that even in the face of overwhelming adversity, determination and unity could safeguard a nation. Ultimately, the Battle of Britain is remembered not only as a military victory but as a testament to the human spirit. It showed that through resilience, innovation, and courage, a nation could withstand relentless assault, protect its people, and emerge stronger. The summer of 1940 became more than a historical event. It became an enduring symbol of hope, resistance, and the triumph of collective endurance in the most challenging of times.